Okay, let's continue on with more, Apologization Trilogy, where we should be able to finish off the third case and hopefully go on to the fourth one. And also, I don't have to worry about, like, waiting for an upload to finish or doing anything else. We had a shorter stream yesterday, and the stream was fairly short, and also we got everything done before then. So let's just continue with that, shall we? So let's just make sure everything's working first. We should be able to finish this case, and then also be able to do everything else. Well, not everything else, but whatever. So, let's make sure it's working. Everything looks like it's okay, so let's keep on trucking along. So, we were in the middle of the trial of the second day, of the third case of the second game, and just been revealed that we're going to be, sounds like what we've done is we have, what is it called? We have, we're getting closer to revealing who the character may, you know, the culprit might be. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else I would really need to say, because it's like I guess I could say I was contemplating on doing a speedrun, but then I realized that, technically I said I was finished with the live stuff for the time being, and I'm still working on the Tactica stuff, so I think it's better to get that done, because that technically is the next, follower incentive. I want to do that in order. I want to do stuff in order. So the love of the mock trial had started. Right now, we're practically bored to tears there in the waiting room when... Precisely, if that sound you heard did happen while the body was being moved. Then place it during the mock trial. Which means the body wouldn't have been there before the mock trial started. See, right before the mock trial started, saw the body. So you saw the body before the mock trial. If so, my claim that the body was moved during the mock trial doesn't hold water. Stupid contradiction. It's gonna get me in our case killed. Focus was on just 3 suspects because the body was moved before the mock trial. That has been the major premise thus far. Your assertion, therefore, contradicts the very foundation of this case.
Objection!
Both sides still lack incontrovertible evidence. So should we not also treat Golden Boy's testimony with some level of suspicion? Good point. Speaking of blackmail, it's on our side? I don't think he is, but he's figured out the truth behind this case, although he probably might be. There's a chance, who knows. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, great, as long as, Oh, thank you for, Thank you for stopping by, and thank you for the follow as well, greatly appreciated. As long as he's not up to something else. I'll be doing, this day, time, this time zone is probably the best way to say it. 5 more followers away from, I really need to change my, should have done that today. I need to change my goal. So on screen it's showing that I got 189 followers, and I've actually got 195. I think it hasn't updated properly, so I'll figure out how to do that. I should have done that before I started streaming, but it's all good. I'll fix it up. Next stream. I was going to do it when I got to 194. I guess I got to 194 during the thing. I could have done it before. Never mind. We'll just do it. The statues really were broken when the body hit them, but thank you for stopping by. Your statement about seeing the body before the mock trial is a big fat lie. Okay, Mr. O'Connor. Let's get to the bottom of this contradiction about when you saw the body. Look me straight in the eyes and repeat your statement to me. Like I said before the mock trial, the body was, you know... I shall only say this once, Golden Boy. You had best tell the truth and do it now. That is, if you're head wishes to enjoy the continued companionship of your body. Maybe I should change it now. Maybe I should change it now. So technically I am... I think I'll leave it. I don't think I'm going to get to 200 followers today anyway. If I do, then good for me, I guess, but I think the goal would still be okay. It's just the on-screen one is off. Now out with it! Did you truly witness the body? Or were you just lying about it? Well, which is it? What? Never saw the body. Are you sure about that? Lie to this court again and I'll charge you with perjury. Oh, I think that might have been why. I did get a follow earlier today, but it didn't register on my OBS. But it registered on the goal, and then I started stream, and then it updated it before I started stream, so I guess that's something as well. I don't know why, though. It's one of those weird things. So that means I will, yeah, next, by the next stream, I'll update the goal on stream, I'll update the stream goal on my actual screen. Instead of it saying 189, it should say 195. I'll worry about that later. Yeah. Supposed to use lie for a big lie for what it is. Why would you lie about this to begin with? Order! The base premise that the body was moved before the mock trial has been overturned. I imagine this has an impact on both the defense and the prosecution's case. Well, first I'd like to thank the prosecutor. This brings us one step closer to the truth. Now at least we know the body was moved using the wire and school banner. Indeed, that much I shall concede, Sykes Dono. The body was moved as you stated, in the midst of the mock trial. So both sides are satisfied then. If the body was moved before the mock trial, we have our 3 suspects. But if the move took place in the midst of the mock trial, it is an entirely different story. Right. All 3 suspects were in the mock trial. That gives them solid alibis.
Objection!
How simplistic did you figure them out? The student in charge of the audio? Amidst the mock trial, she was the one soul that couldn't leave and re-enter the lecture hall. What's this? Who is this person in charge of the audio? Could I forget? It was... Hey, what's the deal here? Why is Junie so large in this shot? Juniper was also in charge of the audio. She was in the trial, she was in the audio control room dealing with the music. Indeed, the one who could enter the art room amidst the mock trial to move the body. It's none other than the accused, Juniper Woods, for she was in charge of the audio. Why yes, I see, that does make perfect sense. This can't be happening. Instead of exposing huge crime, Junie's in even deeper. No matter how you slice it, we're cooked. Here I thought Prosecutor Blackwell was on our side, at least on this issue. The samurai strikes again. Twisted, it's more like dirty rot. Your boldness? It's time to put an end to this farce. The prosecution has presented a quite convincing case. The defense has one last chance to voice any remaining objections. Oh, Miss Sykes? Well, what are we gonna do? Got nothing left. Nothing. Nada. Niente. Been trying to think of something, but I'm drawing a big blank too. Poor Junie. Unless we figure out something, she'll be Objection! Objection! Well... I object to... Stop right there. All ears to me. It's time you heard about the rare genius of Hugh O'Connor. What is he doing now? He's biting and bending his, quiver. Listen, you'll hear the secret behind my perfect crime. Perfect? Crime? Wait, this is some serious deja vu. Didn't we just go through something like this yesterday? Yes, we did. So better not be another one of those enraging traps. The murder, the movie, and the body, the cover-up, it all sprung from my brilliant mind. Go ahead, arrest me. The real killer's right behind you. Order, I say. Mr. O'Connor? You already confessed yesterday, then earlier today recanted your confession. As if you math breathers could comprehend my genius. The end justifies the means. Now bow down and kneel. Kneel before my great and maddening intellect.
Objection!
Enough! The only thing maddening is the ignominy you bear for all to see. For it is impossible for you to have been the perpetrator behind this crime. There is no perfect crime, only a perfect alibi, for you were at the mock trial. It is silly that I must remind you of this, but you were a participant the entire time. There shall be no mercy if you persist in hindering this trial with your silly little act. He doesn't seem the least bit shaken by Blackwell's threat. Listen, Mr. Prosecutor, calling that a perfect alibi is beyond contempt. Your Honor, I'd like to take this opportunity to offer further testimony. I will now demonstrate the very moment of genius that transcended even perfection. Okay, Hugh's confession. I can't believe this, but I used a body double. That wasn't the real me at the mock trial. That means I didn't almost lose, my body double almost did. Slipped out stealthily while my double took care of the trial. The run of the campus. In short, I'm the killer. Juniper's innocent. I have a question I was hoping the defense and prosecution might help answer. Is it just me, or does the witness's testimony make no sense at all? No, it's not just you, Your Honor. All I got from listening to that was headache. Yeah, that was just plain weird. Especially the whole thing about a body double. Well, I'm relieved it's not just me. And the prosecution? Your boldness, summon an ambulance this instant. The witness is stark, raving mad. Yes, I think that would be for the best. Now then, let's pretend that never happened and move on to my verdict. You people don't believe me. It's not a matter of not believing you. It's more along the lines of questioning your sanity. Yeah, the funny farm just called. They want their genius back. Shut your pie holes. The intellect of a genius transcends even logic. Besides, don't you guys have that weird device for testimony like this?
Objection!
Oh, they want to use the mood matrix, I guess. Which is not a weird device, and I don't waste him on ridiculous testimonies. Easy there, Tiger. Think of it this way. We don't want a verdict to be passed just yet. So how about we give Widget a try? Well, this is against my better judgment, but I'd like to conduct a short therapy session. Your better judgment? I'm a judge and it's far beyond mine, yet I find it hard to say no. Prosecutor Blackwell, I trust you have no objections. Prosecutor Blackwell? Wait, where is he going? Wait, what? The prosecutor said Rubbish would be out on a stroll, then left with Detective Fulbright. does he get away with stuff like that? Then I'll interpret that as meaning he has no explicit objections. Alright, Miss Sykes, you may proceed with your therapy session. Seen my share of crazy trials. This one takes the cake. Hang on once. Oh. This is the body double? Like, I'm just saying, is it? This looks like the body double now talking. They're happy continuously, so that's something that's sus. Yeah, the happiness thing is weird. The happiness thing's gone all haywire. It's kind of weird. Welcome in, Llama. I saw you in, Cat's stream yesterday. Hope you're, doing well. I think this is everything that he's already said, so we'll just get through it a bit. I'm still not sure how the double thing would work. Just because of, what is it called? Oh, you're the poorly one? Are you feeling better from, are you feeling a bit better? I think you, was it you that was, not feeling very well? I think it was. Yeah, I think we'll probe, all these are showing happiness. Still got no voice. Okay. I guess we just probe him in general, right? It just isn't gonna... Wait, you can... Yeah, probe. I guess the only thing we can probe is the stand-in.
Got it.
I'm trying to think like what would normally help with that. So that doesn't happen to me very often. It's usually something like warm, like teas and things like that. Anything warm and liquidy like will help. Like that's what I think. That's what a lot of people actually recommend. To be honest, like certain types of teas, like even just like warm water with lemon in it, stuff like that. Even like some of those like soothers and stuff. But yeah, if you're on antibiotics, then obviously that's gonna keeping your fluids up is also important. What are you talking about? Professor DeMurder here. To call the grief I felt at the severity of my crying happiness is insanity beyond mine. Guess I got that one wrong. Wait. Pity you mouth breathers. Should listen attentively to the genius of my confession. Wait, did I not... Is something wrong here? It told me to pinpoint happiness. Maybe it's... Is it too early? Oh, never mind, it's this one. Probe him in the 7th statement. I guess you just probe him on the statement. Yeah. Never mind, did that incorrectly.
Got it.
Oh, you'll get better. You'll definitely get better. With just rest and, medication and stuff. Will definitely help out. I'm surprised I haven't gotten sick yet, because it is winter here, so, well, winter? Technically it's, hang on a second, technically, it's September now, so what, we're heading into... I'm trying to remember what the, what are the, technically we're in spring at the moment. At least for me, because it's September. Yeah. Forgot that it's the, I forgot that we're in September now, so technically new season is beginning. We're out of winter and heading into spring. I think it's the order, summer, autumn, winter, for spring. I think that's the order that it goes in for the southern hemisphere anyway. What are you talking about? Confessing to murder here. Called the grief, I feel that the severity of my crime happiness is insanity beyond mine. Guess I got one wrong. Wait, what am I doing wrong here? Oh, Woods. Woods. He's not Woods. That's, thing. Never mind. Yeah. Yeah, summer, autumn, winter, spring. I'm not losing health with this. What am I playing? This is, the second game of the Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy, so, basically we play as lawyers, and we're trying to get our defendants off of, murder cases, and a murder trial, sorry, and trying to find out who the true culprit is, and there's a lot of wacky characters, and over-the-top reactions, and a few other things as well. It's getting dark in here already. You know, I'm gonna... Because it is getting dark, I'm gonna turn the light on real quick. Alright, now we're at the mercy of, will the sun come out again and then turn the light off? Because that's what the skylight does, so we'll just have to see. But yeah, pretty much that's what it is. It's a visual novel in combination with like solving cases, grabbing evidence, like going back and forth between the prosecution, and then combine that with really wacky characters and like all their reactions to things and stuff. And the crimes themselves are just as wacky, typically. It's a nice, chill game to just, already told Juniper, so I might as well tell you. Don't really care about her anymore. Why? Yeah, well, Juniper reported my secret to Professor Court. His secret? Oh, the bribe. She wanted nothing to do with me because I disappointed her. That's why I don't care about her anymore. I was never trying to protect her. Confession was always one thing and one thing only, the truth.
Objection!
Mr. O'Connor, you feel great happiness in the fact that you might help set Miss Woods free? So much so that it overshadowed all of your other emotions. What are you... You hear it clearly now, Mr. O'Connor. The discord you've been trying to suppress. People don't normally feel like you do when you confessed. So you really was trying to protect Juniper. Yes, I'm sure of it. Hugh's feelings for her are the real deal. Alright, so report the noise. I don't know if anyone can hear that, but it's now raining. So, yesterday we had, well, early this morning, as well as late last night and all through the night, we had really, really heavy wind. Like heavy blowing winds, and now it's raining outside. I started streaming, it was sunny, and then like 20 minutes later, it's now raining outside. It is very much like 4 seasons in one day, where I live. And we always say, if you don't like the weather, just wait 5 minutes. Just wait 5 minutes and you'll probably, like, be okay. Yeah, there it goes. It started raining, and now the rain has stopped. I will never understand the weather in this country, or this state, I should say. Within a matter of 20 minutes, we've had sun to darkness to rain to no rain. Alright, Prosecutor Blackwell, you're back. Professor is not but lies, save for the part about being in the mock trial. Can we all agree now that the killer is the one in charge of the audio? I.e. the accused. Why couldn't you have taken a longer stroll? Now, you haven't unraveled the genius of my body double trick yet. And then there it goes again. More rain again. Just as long as there are no thunderstorms or heavy winds, because that might actually knock my stream off of. Have a nice sleep. Hope you get well soon. I may see you in cat streams in the future. Have a good rest and get better. Thank you for stopping by. Yes, I do. If you think I didn't, then prove it. Either we could hear, and Juniper is found guilty, or we play along with his decision. Let's go with the least worst choice. But first, let me update his testimony. Okay, now we're getting the emotions. Now we do the emotion stuff. Yeah, no problem at all. So we've got happy and surprised, which would be that. Those seem like they're fine. Happiness here seems weird. Feeling nothing here is interesting. I guess you're happy because of you succeeded in one of your tricks. So this one, they're happy and sad. And then this one here, they're saying Juniper is innocent with a massive, like, red flag toward, well, a massive, like, flash to the happiness, thing, but then sadness slowly. I guess sadness a bit because he's admitting that he's guilty, but really happy that Juniper's innocent. The one that stood out to me, though, was that you didn't have any, like, he was happy through the entire statement except for, the one, you know, this one here. He wasn't feeling any emotions at all, but yet, every other area he's feeling something, so... why would you suddenly not feel happy if you were no longer, doing stuff? That's the best way I should put it. Didn't almost lose, you say? Very odd. Exhibited happiness the entire time, except during the statement. You know when to give up. Wait, now that I think about it. No, don't. Stop making stuff up. When I left the lecture hall, it was during Professor Mean's pre-trial speech. That's when I moved the body. I then slipped back in just before the verdict. So you're saying you were there the moment your double was about to lose? Yes, I was. Naturally, I wasn't happy when I saw it. In any case, I was at the far end of the lecture hall behind the screen. Figured no one would see me if I came and went through the doors there.
Objection!
Sykes, Dono, how much longer will you indulge him in this charade? Well, it's true that none in the audience might see him go through either of those doors. The faculty seats on the balconies are a different story and have a splendid view. Thought you could do better than that. The lawyer's bench is on the right side when facing the front of the hall. used the door on the right side near the lawyer's bench. That means my movements were only visible to someone in the left balcony seat. But that seat was empty at the time, which is only natural. After all, it belonged to Professor Court, and as we all know, she was already dead by then. That can't be right. Empty balcony seat on the left side contradicts this piece of evidence. The statue, I think. Actually, no, no, the statue? They said that, no, the doorway, there was no doorway. Yeah. They're saying that there was a doorway, I think where he was pointing it out was there was a doorway, he was saying that there was a doorway that led to where he had to go through the defense side, but this leads to the audio control room, so that would probably mean he would be spotted there if that was the case. I think. Is that, or is, it's either referencing one of these. Which one did they say again? Empty balcony seat on the left side. I don't know if that's the other thing as well. When they say the left side and the right side, does that mean that, are they referencing it from their perspective or from, another perspective? Because that's also one other thing to consider. I'm guessing it has to do with this because of the... It's either going to be because they would go into the control room or because there would be nothing there. Because there's nothing else that would contradict the... There's nothing else here that I think would contradict it. So I think we just go with the actual diagram. Because I always get confused between the left and the right perspectives when it comes to how characters talk. Are they talking about left and right according to what we see in the diagram, or are they talking about left and right according to what they saw in a certain position that they were standing in? I have no idea where this contradiction is going, but I don't have any other moves at this point. So I'll just have to follow it, see where it takes me. The left balcony seat was empty. Was it really? Saw it with my own eyes. It's definitely empty. What about this diagram? According to this, Professor Means was supposed to be seated in the left balcony seat. Oh, they were talking about the balcony seat, not the courts. They were talking about the two of these. They were talking about the two faculty seats, not the... I thought they were talking about the rooms here. The two rooms that were below the thing, because of the thing. I thought that was what they were talking about. But if you left the lecture hall during the pre-trial speech, he would have been standing there at his seat addressing the students and faculty. No, this can't be right. Alright, down to 80. You do no one any favors by exposing the falsities of his confession. Told plenty of lies so far, but this part is true, I tell you. There was nobody in the left balcony seat. Gotta believe me. Doesn't seem like he's lying this time. Okay, Mr. O'Connor, let's have you testify again, but this time don't spare any details. You got it, I'll repeat it as many times as you'd like. I mean, my ingenious escape act warrants repeating, considering I'm the real killer. All I really care about is whether that seat was empty or not. What have we got? This is, I think, the same statements, but the info will update. So, second floor was deserted. It's a surprise. Won't believe me, it's true, I tell you. So that's anger, surprise with slight hint of anger. Then this is the same thing, happiness. Then all I have to do is go through the empty audio control room, that's sadness. Leads into the hallway, so it's perfectly capable of moving the body. He's trying to admit to the thing. Let's see. So he was surprised here that it was deserted. That's fine. This is angry that he's... This is fun that he's angry and surprised. And then... Happy was consistent with what he was doing with the other cases, so that would make sense. And then the happiness was on... This was happy as well, which is fine. This one here is probably the right one, just because of the audio control room. So, if you're pinpointing the sadness, why would you be feeling sad?
Got it.
Which seems like an odd emotion to have. Detected powerful sadness and fear right after you said this part. What? That's one thing that I wish they would do. They've got the 4 emotions. Top left being happy, top right being angry, bottom left being sadness, and bottom right being surprised. It sounds like they should have sub-tiers. Like, if you're going to say one, these are 4 emotions, this one here says fear. So, because it says fear, sadness and fear also fits into... But those feel like different emotions. So I wish that they would tell you which each one represents. It's as if you'd said something you shouldn't have. What's wrong with you? You shouldn't reveal a person's inner feelings for all to see. So Connor, it's you who is revealing your inner emotions by the way you speak. Plus I have a good idea about why you're feeling sad. You're a horrible person. Can't you just leave me be? So that you went through the empty audio control room. But that's not true, is it? Someone in return from there once Professor Means finished his speech. That someone who was in the audio control room was, Juniper.
Take that.
Now you realize there was a problem with your statement, as you were saying it. That's why you felt so uneasy. If the audio control room really was empty, that would mean Miss Woods was roaming around the campus. Mr. O'Connor, if you really want to protect Miss Woods, you just tell the truth. If you believe in her, revealing the truth is the same as protecting her. Juniper's innocent. That's the truth. In this dark age of the law, truth can be easily twisted to serve anyone's needs. When the end justifies the means, your only choice is to fight back with lies. You saw one hold out until this battle between truth and lies. Is there something I can do to make him recant his false testimony? Fear nothing now that I have lost everything. Go ahead, Prosecutor Blackwell. Cut me down if you wish. I thought you'd never ask. You got it. We may swiftly proceed to a verdict. He just smashed his chains again. Which were reinforced chains as well, from what I remember. So I guess that's just going to be his gimmick from now. Can't restrain him at all. Broke out of his shackles again. Don't want to be the poor accountant down the detention center. You O'Connor, in deference to your valor, I will limit your suffering with one clean blow.
Hold it!
Could you wait just one moment before you cut him down?
Silence.
Do not come between a samurai and his foe, Sykes Dono. And we'll learn about this in law school. Careful, prosecutor. Remember that shocking experience you had last time? Very well, Golden Boy may live. For now. Enough already, Mr. O'Connor. Miss Woods would never want you to protect her this way. She values the friendship between the three of you more than anything. That's where you're wrong. She doesn't feel anything for me now. What does it matter anymore? Might as well tell you everything. This is no doubt news to you. But I am not, and never was a genius. Sorry, but I already knew? Me too. And don't forget me, though in all fairness it was pretty obvious. I thought he was a genius at first, but the stuff he said was crazy. No need to rub it in, just shut up and listen. It started several days ago. I accidentally learned that my parents have been paying good money for my grades. But that's bribery. So the bribery wasn't Hugh's idea. All of my perfect scores were the product of cold hard cash, not genius. Even worse, when I confronted my parents about it over the phone, Juniper overheard me. Oh my, what a terrible misunderstanding. Been living a lie. Don't know what else there is to say. No genius? Completely worthless. Perfect zero. Even so, I still wanted to make it up to Juniper for disappointing her like that. That's why I wanted to clear her name by pinning the blame on me. And she probably hates me now, so it'd be a relief for her to see me locked away. If you were trying to help her, then why did you testify against her? You were the ones who told me to tell the truth yesterday, so I thought if I did, it would help her. I wasn't trying to provoke us. Looks like we seriously misunderstood him, in more ways than one. At the detention center yesterday, Junie was in tears when she opened up to me. The truth is, the friendship between the three of them is still rock solid. If there was something that could help me prove that to you. We even have proof of our friendship. Yeah, as long as our friendship lasts, you can bet we'll be carrying them around. I know, what about that proof of friendship they mentioned? I'm not aware or what it is. I didn't buy it. Oh, it's him talking. Oh, that's the thing. This might be the friendship thing. It's handmade. There's only one like it in the world. I guess that might be the friendship thing. Although none of the others seem to be wearing it. Maybe it's... No, that's definitely it. That band around his neck. Mr. O'Connor? That band around your neck. That's your proof of friendship, isn't it? Proof of friendship? Is that anything like a proof of purchase barcode? In court, evidence is everything. That's why the three friends created friendship bands. The evidence that proves their friendship. Very interesting. And chic. If they have doubts about their friendship, they can look to the proof they have on hand. That's why Mr. O'Connor's hand always goes to his neck when he's pressured. Proves he still has feelings of friendship towards the other two. Doesn't matter if I wear it, if those two...
Objection!
They feel the same way too. I know they wear their friendship band somewhere. Junie and Robert must feel the same as you. I just know it. Everything Hugh has said leads me to believe that. In fact, he may have also just told me... In fact, he may have also just told me that the others wear their proof of friendship. Where they're easy to touch, where they're hard to spot, or they aren't wearing them now. I think it's where they're hard to spot, because obviously, we didn't see where his was, and I don't think we've seen the other two. Maybe the other one's in the headband, and then well, actually, if I looked at the character, can I actually see? Juniper's might be... See, Robert's might be with the headband, potentially. Were they easy to touch? That's actually the answer? I guess that's the thing, it's like when it would be easy to touch as in like when they do the thing, but I don't know if I've seen the other tells. All we have to do is think back to their testimonies. Ready? I was thinking it was hard to see because of hard to spot because of the touching of certain areas, but then I guess I don't know if I've seen the rest of them enough to know. Oh, now I see. Okay. Miss Newman holds her arm when pressured. Juniper holds her wrist. Oh, okay. I guess that makes sense. Yeah. I just was expecting something more unique. Miss Woods holds her wrist. Now, Miss Woods very well. She would never abandon a friendship with you over something like this. Taking the blame for her will only succeed in making her terribly sad. Oh, we do anime cutscene now. Nice.
Oh. Robin, those bands of friendship that you made, just for the three of us. You may have forgotten about them, but not me.
Hugh!
Ah.
Hey, Hugh!
And to think, I should have known better than to doubt my best friends.
I didn't kill anyone. I didn't have a body double. Didn't move the body. Didn't even see it. It may look like I'm speed reading. Zen in the art of mastering the bar exam, but I haven't read a single word. Well, you could have fooled me. In fact, you did. So, Miss Sykes, can I place my trust in you? I'm going to save Junie. So yes, you can place your trust in me. Then am I to understand that the witness is recanting his confession? Yes. Most roundabout trial. Much prefer the turnabout variety myself. Now we are back to the fact that there was but one suspect who lacked an alibi. Which is, in the end, the truth you've been seeking this entire time. So we're back to square one. Now I'm exhausted and depressed. Probably doesn't matter at this point, but I might as well update the mood matrix. Okay, so no body double. It was actually him. Does this mean further resistance is futile? The time for a virgin is nigh.
Objection!
Please, wait. What sort of devilry are you up to now? What if our client wasn't the only one without an alibi? The trial would continue, right? Oh yes, I suppose it would. But after such a thorough investigation, does such a person really exist? Yes, we found someone. May have seemed like a major roundabout. But Mr. O'Connor's testimony has cracked this case. So more noise. He was telling the truth now. During the mock trial, the balcony seat opposite him really was empty. Which now means there's only one person unaccounted for. Besides Junie, the only other person without an alibi during the mock trial is Aristotle Means, because he was not in his faculty seat during the time that Hugh was saying that he was not there. So this is the only person that we have that doesn't have an alibi. So it was so I was right in the sense of they were hammering home the ends justify the means so many times that it's like this has to mean something, and now we're accusing them in particular.
Take that!
The balcony seat was empty. that much is true, isn't it, Mr. O'Connor? That's right. How many more times do I have to say it? So basically, Professor Means wasn't where he was supposed to be during the mock trial.
Silence.
Need I remind you, every last soul in the lecture hall heard him deliver his speech.
Objection!
I know, and it's not in dispute here. Now let me explain how a speech could be given from an empty seat. It was given from hiding, given later, or pre-recorded. Honestly, it would have to be pre-recorded. Because given from hiding would mean that he would have been found eventually by somebody. Given later would make sense, because it wasn't, it happened during the trial, so it would have to be pre-recorded. What if the speech was pre-recorded? It's the only way the speech could have been delivered from an empty balcony seat. Wait, are you accusing Professor Means? That's insane. I mean, he's the one who gave me the tape recorder. Take this to the police, he said. And tell them you found it. What? Really? Wait a second. Mr. O'Connor, did you just say that Professor Means gave that phony recording to you? Phony? The defense will refrain from hurling unsubstantiated allegations. Well, I said he gave it to me. What do you mean it's phony? Well, who could have seen this development? Tape recorder updated. Identified as a fake, Professor Means used Hugh to pass it on to the police. The voice shouting "You're a goner" as recorded on this tape was dubbed onto it using a line our client said in the mock trial video. Why this? This is an extremely crucial piece of evidence. Professor Means gave Hugh the phony tape. That's really true. Professor Means has guilt written all over him. You run into defense moves to call Professor Aristotle Means to the stand.
Silence.
The seat was never empty. 'Twas but an oversight by our dullard of a witness. An inmate who was formerly a surgeon once told me something. He said it's often all too easy to overlook critical symptoms.
Objection!
Well, we're not going to overlook this oversight. The speech was pre-recorded. The basis for suspecting our client would be shattered. Let's check with Professor Means and see whether the empty seat was a witness oversight. A verdict without first looking into that would be inconceivable. That's enough, both of you. Now here's my opinion on the matter. While the surgeon overlooking critical symptoms is a problem, a witness's oversight too must not be overlooked. Thus, as to the matter of whether Professor Means was or was not in his faculty seat, I believe we must ask the professor himself. I agree. Professor Means should be here in the gallery today. Do as you please. He did say he was in the gallery, from what I remember. Although I believe, like, this doesn't work, because you have to swear people in as witnesses, and then you can just bring people into work. Will you please state your name and occupation for the record? Certainly. I am Aristotle Means. I teach the lawyer course at Phoenix Legal Academy. Let me add that while I welcome any opportunity to assist with the trial, I don't care for this undue suspicion. Don't worry, Professor. We're just interested in the mock trial video right now. We just need to take another look at that speech you gave. Can we count on your cooperation in this? Very well, if that's all you're interested in, please proceed, Miss Sykes. You need to find some sort of evidence that shows the speech was pre-recorded. Alright, I believe we're ready. Let's roll with the video. Okay. Good afternoon. I would like to start by thanking you for coming here today. The mock trial, the crown jewel event at the school festival, will begin shortly. When I was a student, I too could hardly wait for this day to come. Oh, I'd forgotten how long and boring his speech was. Wake me up once this is over. Hey, no fair. The experiences of our youth had a powerful and profound effect on our adult. Wait, did that just pause? Ah, you there. Wake up. Pay attention. I'm awake. I'm awake. Isn't that right, Your Honor? What? I'm awake too. Wide awake, see? Even Blackwell is sleeping. It's just way too long. Once again, our pure white lady justice will be watching all over you. We'll be watching over all of you today. I just noticed this now. The statue here is gold, not white, as we saw it before. So something's happened, I think, with that. Pay attention, you may make a difference one day. Now, let the mock trial begin. That is about it. One of my better speeches, if I do say so myself. I even saw some of our students with tears in their eyes. So obviously not familiar with the phrase bored to tears. Listen, Sykes Dono, if you have subjected me to this epic study in tedium without purpose. Taka will feast on your tongue after I've cut it out. But you were asleep the whole time. Well, Miss Sykes, did you notice anything strange about that speech? Can I please hear that last part again? Once again, our pure white lady justice will be watching over all of you today.
Hold it!
There, I finally found what we needed. Yeah, this one's gold. Professor Means, I have only one question about your speech. Why does that last part we just heard contradict with this? It contradicts with the actual, contradicts with the golden statue. Because this statue here is gold, but when we put it back together, it was a white one, so... it's definitely this.
Take that!
The professor said the pure white lady justice would be watching over them. The lady justice in the video isn't even close to being white. It's as gold can be. I'm not sure I can wrap my jaw around that to testify to authenticity. Didn't say it was made of gold, Your Honor. Now it's true that this statue is pure. Now it's true that this statue is pure white, but it broke before the mock trial began. The one you see here is its replacement. Oh, well, that's a shame on every count. Ironically, this golden statue sticks out like a sore thumb compared to the white one. I mean, the professor would have made a mistake in its color if he'd been present. It seems that I have caused some confusion. It was merely an oversight on my part.
Objection!
The statue was in the middle of the room. How could you not know what it looked like? Well, I was in a balcony seat. Furthermore, the statue had previously been white. I'm afraid this isn't sufficient evidence of the speech being pre-recorded. We had our answer long ago. The accused was the only one to leave the lecture hall. No, wait. There's gotta be something that can prove that the speech was pre-recorded. Point to the mock trial video. Speech started here. And ended here. It's a little over 10 minutes, but I doubt anyone wants to be tortured again. It's only a little over 10 minutes. Felt like it went on forever. How'd you figure that out? How'd you figure out how long it was? Easy, there's a timestamp at the top right. All you had to do is subtract the time the speech started from the time it ended. The speech goes from the 10-minute mark to 20:35. Wait a second. I could swear I've seen the same interval of time listed among the evidence. Maybe there's a way for me to use the... speech time to show that it was pre-recorded. We do have the voice print analysis. That did mention about the, we can use this.
Take that!
Let the court to take a look at this. And this is... The voice print analysis approves the voice on the tape recorder belongs to our client. Yes, but didn't we just establish that the voice on the tape recorder was a fabrication? We did. What I'd like to focus on is the noise that is also there. Noise? Yes, the defense believes it resulted when the tape's previous recording was erased. And what do you hope to prove by that? The length of the noise is what's important. It's 10 minutes and 35 seconds in all. And what did the timestamp read at the moment Professor Means began his speech? That would be exactly 10 o'clock. Now let's fast forward this long-winded exercise in boredom to the end. Okay, stop. The video timestamp now reads 20:35. Based on this, we know the time it took for the speech alone. Right, subtract 10 minutes from 30... Right, subtract 10 minutes and you've got 10:35. 10 minutes and 35 seconds. Right, 10 minutes and 35 seconds. The same as the noise on the tape recording. I assume you all understand what this means. Professor Means' pre-recorded speech had been where the noise is now.
Silence.
You seem rather confident considering this is a mere happenstance match of numbers.
Objection!
But is it really just numbers? The lab is continuing their study of the tape. So far they found signs of overdubbing. But it's going to take a bit longer to recover the audio that was erased. Police are analysing the noise as we speak. Won't be long until we know what was originally there. Now I'm sure of it. The professor was trying to create an alibi with the recording. By pinning the crime on Junie. Well, he's not gonna get away with it. He's not gonna get away with it. Not on my watch. Miss Sykes? Oh, he's a... I believe you are well aware of my methodology. Even if Juniper were the perpetrator, I would vigorously defend her as per my word. And to that purpose, I offer to be your lawyer. Alas, look what's happened. All I've stated are obvious deductions derived from evidence and testimony. Truth be told, I had no intention of testifying. I've been keeping quiet for Juniper's sake. But now that you cast this blame upon me, I have no choice but to reveal the truth. This doesn't sound good. I will now reveal the truth behind why I had to pre-record my speech before the mock trial. I, Professor Means, always say what I mean and mean what I say by all means. Okay, Professor Means' testimony. The defendant came to me with what she said was very important, and by necessity secret. She asked me to pre-record my speech and come to the audio room during the mock trial. Juniper confessed to the murder and asked that I got her declared innocent in court. She also said I'd become an accomplice after losing my alibi due to the pre-recording. When I said I would protect Juniper, I meant it because it's the humane thing to do. Oh my, so you're saying the defendant threatened you? This has to be a lie. I mean, everything about it lines up too perfectly to be true. On this most consequential of occasions, let me be completely frank with you. Juniper has truly taken to heart my teaching that states the end justifies the means. I don't believe you. When she asked me to defend her, she said I must also prove her two friends innocent. Her two friends? The witnesses? Correct. Hugh O'Connor and Robin Newman. I was to ensure all three walked free. All three were to achieve their dream. That was the result Juniper was seeking. She was even willing to threaten me, or a professor, to that end. You know, they had high praise for her ruthless tactics. Yes, well, that is why I vowed to vigorously defend her, despite her threatening me. There was a time when lawyers merely sought the truth if they wished for victory in court. Referencing this again, but alas, those days are over. Now, the means of defense of justice, order, and all that is good. The end justifies the means. So sick of hearing that phrase. Though it truly grieves me so, I must tell you this. For the sake of the truth, if it's victory you seek, steel yourself for this new courtroom reality. That does it. It's gonna regret dragging those dismal, depressing ideas in here. It's already surrendered to the dark age of the law. It's up to me to fight it. Why so silent, Sankstono? Something the matter? This is a court of law. It's no place for long-winded talks about idealistic principles. That's why I'm going to let the evidence do the talking. Let's not get carried away now, Sykes. It would not do to have you attempting to discredit my doctrine. Do not force me to rectify this situation. No, go ahead and rectify it. Only if I lose, and you win, that is. Alright, press the statements first, obviously, because we get more dialogue, and also probably more clues. Oh, you just got the notification? It's all good. All good. I'm having a good day. It's, I got to start early because of, well, I got to start around the same time that I was, intending, I guess, but, I did get up really early today, so it's doing good. Got up early and, got the upload done, which is fairly small, and, can do a decently long stream, so, but I hope that you, have a good sleep, or you know, get better and stuff, because you know, I do enjoy having you in my stream and talking with you and stuff. Don't get too down on yourself. Just take a break if you need to. Go to sleep, as you were saying. Hope that you get better soon.
Hold it!
Yeah, don't worry about it. Like it's not a mandatory thing that people have to watch my streams if they don't want to watch them, so... Yeah, maybe you just need some sleep. That might be just what it is. Just get some rest and, yeah, it's all good. Again, life is the lifeblood of Twitch. That's all I'll say. So, just even being here is, it's gonna help out anyway. You have a point there. If only Professor Cord had been alive, I suspect Juniper would have gone to her instead. So our client came to talk to you after Professor Cord was dead. Let's go through this step by step, shall we? First, Juniper came to me that day. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Like, we all have our good days and bad days, but, you know, for some of us in our good days, we can help the people out who are having their bad days, and vice versa. You know, one step at a time, and, you know, you'll just, no matter how, down somebody can get, there's only one way to go, and that's up.
Hold it!
You're suggesting it was that client who told you to fake an alibi? You have every reason to be surprised. I too was shocked when she told me that. Simply put, Juniper has a secret that she wished to protect that badly. Is you kidding me? That lie couldn't be further from the truth. Problem is, how am I going to expose it? It was an earnest request from an outstanding student. How could I possibly have refused?
Hold it!
Did you consider that a threat? Yes, but it's now you to whom she has passed her demands on to. Miss Sykes, you must realize that you too are being used by Juniper. Your Honor, I ask that you do too. Do not let her feign weakness and innocence fool you. Juniper Woods is quite clever and extremely tough. Perhaps most important of all, she is a fervent follower of my teachings.
Objection!
Your Honor, the witness's testimony is nothing but an attack on our client's character. Very well, objection sustained. So be it. Nevertheless, the fact that she threatened me is immutable.
Hold it!
How could you overlook such a threat? As a teacher, it's your duty to discipline students. Yes, well, perhaps I do have some serious reflection to do on this matter. Suppose it was just wishful thinking on my part. I want to believe that. Juniper hadn't actually committed murder, and she hadn't meant to threaten me. Really? Please do explain. Long had I waited for a student who would embody my teachings. Does the witness realize what he is saying? Surely you must see the true meaning in my words. I am merely staying true to what I teach, and my methods are but a reflection of the times. Wow, his way of thinking is really warped, but I haven't heard any inconsistencies yet. Won't be so sure. Really? The more he tries to avoid logical inconsistencies in testimony, the more likely we'll see inconsistencies between his actions and words. It's a dark age in which we live, and there is much I would like to say on the matter.
Hold it!
You were trying to protect that client. Yeah, right. Say anything to put the blame on Junie. What a frightful look. I would ask you not glare at me, sir. Nothing but admiration for how Juniper was willing to go as far as to threaten me. That is why I am protecting her by any means possible. She has been a model student. Liar, you're trying to pin the blame on her. How am I going to show that when he's saying... How am I going to show that what he's saying isn't what he's really thinking? You cannot possibly overturn my claims. So isn't it about time you admitted defeat? After all, if my unassailable logic is not truth, then what is? He thinks I'm gonna give into his pack of lies. He's got another thing coming. I'm gonna find a hole in his story if it's the last thing I do. Even though he's rotten to the core, he's a total pro. I mean, that all made perfect sense. Yeah, but you can't believe a word he says. He's making this up as he goes along. He'll trip up in his own words yet. Time to see how consistently the professor's testimony matched up with his actual actions. Okay, now we can present some evidence. We can present the tape recorder.
Objection!
So let me get this straight. You were trying to help Miss Woods. That's nothing more than a bold-faced lie. No offense, Your Honor. Such defamation of my character and your hair follicles. Your Honor, this is an outrage. Miss Sykes will clarify her statement, but leave my hair follicles out of it this time. Yes, of course, Your Honor. Now, please take a look at this. The witness gave this tape to Mr. O'Connor. Then he slyly whispered, "Take this to the police and I'll tell them you found it." There was no whispering, slyly or otherwise involved. Simply did that out of kindness.
Objection!
The tape contained our client's voice. In short, it is incredibly damaging evidence. Why would it even exist if the witness wasn't trying to pin the murder on our client? They say the road to hell is paved with good intentions, but not yours. You never had any good intentions, only lies to protect yourself with while blaming another. You, Professor, are the embodiment of the dark age of the law. Why, you little... You dare call my teachings and methods lies? Wait, what? Is this a... He's gonna give us a lecture? Oh, he's mad. He is mad. Okay, he is... Phoenix Legal Academy is a proud institution. It's the most powerful in the world. You'll never forget what true education and lawyering means once I'm through with you. He's in lecture mode now. Everybody take out your pens and paper. We've got some notes to take down. Professor Means, what's with your hair? Quiet, no talking in class. Oh, he's gonna throw chalk at us. October 25. Eyes and ears up here, everyone. Homeroom is now in session. We'll begin with roll call. Athena Sykes? Oh, here. Paulo Justice? I'm fine. I'm here. All the proper responses here, without any extraneous information. Okay. I feel like we're back in Persona 5 again. All roads lead to Persona. We're back in Persona 5 mode again because of the chalk throwing. Getting chalk thrown at us. Now, we don't get any, what was it we got if we dodged the chalk, we got something. If we tanked the chalk, we got guts, I think. Next, Your Honor. Here. C-class is the proper way to answer. Simon Blackwell? I said Simon Blackwell! Are you here or not? Blackwell comes off as the person that would be like wagging class, or like wagging class to like take a cigarette break or something. There's always one, isn't there? Well then I'll just mark you absent! Now get out of my class this instant! Get out? Very well. If that is your wish, who am I to defy my homeroom teacher? Is that such a good idea? Prosecutor Blackwell is free of his shackles. It just so happens I was a member of my high school's disciplinarian committee. But is that really so shocking? Constabulary lapdog to teacher's pet. What a malleable mutt you are, Fulbright. Very good, Bobby. You just earned a gold star and a promotion to head disciplinarian. Alright, class is now in session. Why do I have the sudden urge to go to the nurse's office with a stomach ache? Your main point, Juniper is the killer, I am innocent. Pay attention, I am not the killer, Juniper is. This will be in the next test, so you had better be listening.
Objection!
But Professor, you created the phony tech to pin the blame on Juniper. Plus, you were the only one who could have moved the body during the mock trial. He said that I was done at school. Athena, you disappoint me so. To think you would label me as a murderer. Now pay attention. The murder occurred on the 23rd between 6 and 8 p.m. But I was already at home by that time. So how could I have been involved in this crime?
Objection!
Professor Means, can you really prove you had already gone home by that time? Can you prove that I was still at school? Yes, we can. We have the photos. Let's... The photo here, the proof. We have proof here that that's him right there, I believe, at 6:01. And also this is him at 6:03. So we have proof. We have the proof. No, I can't. So you admit it. Well, you just said it's credit for your honesty. You've also earned yourself lavatory cleaning duties until you graduate. Do enough of that at the office. No way, man. I totally object. Robin? Can't believe I fell for the Professor Silvertongue lies. Why, how dare you talk about your teacher like that? Not listen to you anymore, man. No way, no how. Now I have a confession to make. You know those two statues that were on stage? Didn't make them all by myself. Statues on stage? Do I want to know where this is headed? Maybe to finish one of them, but the last bell rang before I had time for the other one. Well, the professor means to make it for me. In other words, the professor was there on the stage after the last bell? Right. And it would have been past 7 p.m. before he could have finished. Professor Means was still at school? This is incredibly important. Testimony. Professor told me, I'll take care of it. Thought my parents would let me be an artist if I said I made both statues myself. So sorry for not telling the truth. Quick, somebody get this juvenile delinquent out of my sight. Simon, you're head honcho among the delinquents. Do something. Wait, I love the... Who's in charge of the class pet around here? Not interested, but if you want a class in swordsmanship, I'm your man. Of course. Only real blades will do. No swords at school. All weapons will be confiscated. Nurse! Nurse! Where's the school nurse when you need one? It would seem Sykes seeks a showdown, Professor. In which case, you would do well to draw your stuff, quick as lightning. Very well, then I would just have to prove my innocence myself. The real lessons begin in second period. Prepare to be served, old school style. What does that... Oh, never mind. Your testimony, please. Okay. Professor Means, work of art. Now pay attention. Robin took over half a day to complete one statue. I, however, finished most of the other statue between 7 and 8 p.m. 8:30 p.m. The defendant, Juniper, saw the two statues with her own eyes at 8:30 p.m. Completing a statue so quickly meant I could not leave the stage for a single second. How could I possibly have the time to go to the art room and commit murder? You're saying the defendant saw the finished statues? Precisely. She said so herself at the detention center yesterday. The defense was there and heard her say so too. Don't try to deny it now. That evening, I went back to my dressing room to get something I'd forgotten there. It was well after the last bell rang. I'd say maybe around 8:30? That's when I noticed that both stage statues were finished. They were quite large and they were each covered with a white sheet, but I could tell. Right, the professor was there when that matter came up. Before I address the professor's charges, I have a question for Robin. How hard would it be to complete a statue like that in 1.5 hours? Probably take me at least twice as long. So personally, I think it would be incredibly difficult to finish in that short time. Didn't exactly help our case. But he won't get off that easy. He's bound to stumble over his slippery means. Right, so I'm going to press statement 4, so I'll avoid the 4th statement, just in case. Press the 4th one. Press the 4th statement, and then, so just avoid pressing the 4th one. Assuming it took over half a day, can you please be a little more precise than that? What a wonderful question. She was having quite a tough time, you see. Professor Gavin's statue alone took her from the morning hours into the evening. Well, it is a rather large statue after all. Don't be silly, it merely exposes the difference between student and teacher.
Hold it!
I see that statue. What exactly does that mean? I'll create a basic outline of Mr. Wright's statue before the last bell rung. I in turn complete the rest of it. I see, in academics as well as art, learning the basics is incredibly important. In short, you skipped the most important part of statue making, didn't you? Why, you insolent little... There's the practical applications that are built upon the basics that take so much time. Professors such as I mastered the basics a long, long time ago. Unlike Miss Fancy Pants, who lacks all loyally fundamentals. Quiet, you. Now, do you understand? Do not leave that stage until I was done. Oh, Miss Sykes, do you accept the witness's claim? Yes, huh? Really? We can just press any... I didn't press the false statement. I guess we'll just say yes, I accept it. I guess if we just press something. Never mind. Tried everything, but I still can't. I guess it just didn't matter. No matter what we pressed, it would have still allowed me to do it. I guess maybe I missed out on something. It told me to press the false statement, but I guess the first one counts too. Guess I concede. Couldn't hear you. Say it louder this time. I can see that Professor Means never left the stage. That's right, but what took you so long? I was there at the stage the entire time. Couldn't possibly have committed that crime. Not gonna give up here. I'm afraid I have to side with the witness, Miss Sykes. And unless you have any further objections, I'll have to put this issue to rest.
Objection!
Not yet. The defense still has an objection. Athena, you've thought of something. Well, as I said, not yet. So it is time for legal smoke and mirrors. Not yet, Athena. It's not yet time to quit. It's at times like these, when it seems like there's no way out, then you have to... Yeah, I have to turn the case upside down. Instead of focusing on whether Professor Means could have gone to the art room, you should focus on how he could commit murder without going there. Seems our young lady has a real bona fide idea. But I'll use any means necessary. Even casting stones. If it'll distract her. Brought this bird to school. Sykes, Dono, if I hear one word of your usual jibber-jabber, I shall have your head. The murder occurred in the art room, yet the witness was on the stage. How do you propose to fill the vast gap between these two key facts? If I accept the premise that the professor was on the stage the entire time, the only other answer is that we got something else wrong. Wait, that's it. Every last one of us made a huge mistake. We were totally wrong about the suspect, the murder weapon, or the crime scene. The crime scene. So we already know what the murder weapon is. Suspect, we, think that it's this, so the crime scene. So I guess that pressing whatever we wanted there would have just given us this anyway. Professor Means was on the stage the entire time. And he must be the killer. So I think no matter what we pressed, in that case, it would have led to the same conclusion. Ridiculous. The defense has become utterly incoherent.
Objection!
Unlike me, who was just yawning and talking at the same time. No, it's just the murder wasn't committed where we thought it was. Continue, Sykes, Dono. Okay, the murder was actually committed here. So we think that the murder was committed, on the stage. Well, that's where the body was found. That would have...
Take that!
Greatest riddle of this case has been how the body was moved from the art room. If the murder occurred on the stage, that means the body was never moved at all. The murder occurred in the art room. She's silly girl. When the body was found, there wasn't a drop of blood on the stage floor. Surely there would have been some blood if that's where the murder was committed. There wasn't any blood on the stage. Really? If there was something on stage at the time of the murder, then it's that blood stain. That would have been the school banner.
Take that!
It's true, there was no bloodstains on the stage floor. But there was something on the stage that did have a bloodstain. And that would be this. This school banner. No blood would have gotten on the floor if this were under the victim when she was killed. Oh my, that's quite a compelling theory.
Silence.
Oh, I see what he's doing. He's spinning the feather out towards us, and then he's slashing it with the katana. What is it now? My theory makes perfect sense. That was a pathetic attempt. You must put every inch of your body into your attacks. The autopsy states the cause of death was loss of blood. Yet only a trace amount was found upon that banner. Where did the rest go? Blood getting on there wasn't the... Blood getting on there when the body was moved by wire makes more sense than not. Very good, Simon. Tell me, what's your first choice for higher education? I've got you the ultimate recommendation letters. You're all but guaranteed to get in.
Objection!
Actually, the defense has something to explain that as well. You do? If there was only a trace amount of blood on the school banner, then there must have been something else the killer used to suck out the blood. All I have to do is figure out what. This is what sucked out most of the victim's blood. Oh, I see. Hang on a sec, I just realized this now. Was that always colored like this? I don't actually remember. Where's the stage photos? We don't have them anymore? Guess not. It's this.
Take that!
Should focus on this right here. What exactly do you mean? Right here, can't you see it? It looks kind of like a smudge or something. Let's see here. Wait a second, it doesn't just look like a smudge. Wait, it is? What did I pick wrong? It said to present the governor's banner on the ground. The other thing I could have selected did I not select the right... I guess I wasn't enough on the banner.
Take that!
I don't know. Yeah, I wasn't enough. I guess I wasn't enough on the banner to register that. Why, it looks like there's some other piece of fabric on top of the school banner. It's the governor's banner that had been especially made for the school concert. Since it's on top of the school banner, the blood would have hit it first. Could have easily absorbed most of the blood like a dishcloth. Only a small amount would have soaked through to the school banner below. So it makes total sense for the school banner to have a little blood on it. So that banner absorbed the blood like a dishcloth? Yes, that would explain it. Governor's banner was like a dishcloth. Surely it was at least towel quality. Simon, don't just stand there, do something!
Silence!
Sykes, Dono, you are learning to use a weirdo blade quite well. But how will you respond when I come slashing at you like this? The remnant of a large blood stain was detected in the art room. Why would there be blood if the murder occurred on the stage, like as you claim?
Objection!
The blood stain in the art room was fate. How? I'll tell you how. All that was needed was something that could transmit the blood upstairs. That something was... a piece of evidence we've just finished discussing. The killer used this to bring the the victim's blood up to the art room. At that point, maybe it would be this, because this was the burnt... That's what I was... Yeah, so that's why. The burnt remnants of the governor's banner, so... I guess we have to present these burnt remnants as saying, like, hey, these were burnt because they have blood on them, probably. Yeah.
Take that!
To think you'd stoop so low as to present mere garbage to this court. It's only garbage because someone tried to destroy it by tossing it into the incinerator. That someone was most likely the killer seeking to get rid of crucial evidence. The killer used the wire to bring the blood-soaked governor's banner to the art room. Then the blood was wiped onto the floor to complete the ruse. It makes perfect sense. prior development. But the body was never actually moved. Hold it right there. The body must have been moved. How else do you explain that loud crash you heard during the mock trial? Was it caused by the body crashing into the statues? Then what was it? I hadn't thought of that. If that loud crash wasn't the body hitting the statues, then what was what was it indeed? Not the school banner. It shows that something was carried along the wire in it. So if that's true, I know what I have to find. Something that was in the art room before the murder, and then on the stage after. The object that was sent down the wire to crash into the statues was... the Lady Justice statue.
Take that!
That statue? Yes, I believe it was this statue that broke the other two, not Professor Colt's body. The unique statue you see on the right, that's the pure white Lady Justice from earlier. Professor Court accidentally broke it while she was polishing it the day before the mock trial. She used her own unique artistic sense and technique to repair it, as you see here. Nobody would have guessed that it was originally Lady Justice.
Silence.
Perhaps you're onto something. But why, pray tell, would anyone move that scrap heap relic in such a tedious manner? Excellent question, Simon. Keep them coming. You know why, but the fact that you won't acknowledge it shows how twisted you are. Lady Justice was moved during the mock trial. During that time, Professor Means was fabricating an alibi with his pre-recorded speech. We consider the facts that Lady Justice was moved in order to hide the body, point us to the body, or interrupt the mock trial. It would be to hide the body. Professor Means was trying to hide the body. That's the only explanation. Really, but by moving Lady Justice actually led you straight to it. There's always two sides to a story, and the truth is not always what it seems. Well, Miss Sykes, this much at least is true. You've just earned yourself... Wait, what? I pushed the wrong thing. What was I supposed to push instead? Oh, pointers. I thought I said points. I thought I said points to the body. Never mind. I think I said the wrong thing. Never mind. This means uses pre-recorded speech to fake an alibi during the mock trial. Want to make it look like he couldn't possibly have moved the body. Moving Lady Justice is his way of pointing us to the body and cementing his alibi. It's quite a persuasive argument. For a while there, I thought you weren't taking the trial seriously. Well done. You should never underestimate me, Athena Sykes. Professor Means always means what he says and says what he means, by all means. Fine then, say it already. I'm waiting. The murder occurred the night before, but the body wasn't found until later the next day. Countless students passed the stage till they met in the lecture hall for the mock trial. So the body would absolutely be found. So answer me this. Why didn't anyone see the body that entire time? That can be explained by... If the victim was murdered on the stage and left there, the body would inevitably have been discovered. And of course, there was no way to hide a body upon that stage. It's not good, Athena. Our claim is this close to being beaten to a pulp. You've come so far. Consider yourself schooled. Couldn't have possibly killed anyone. The killer was none other than Juniper Woods. It always has been and always will be. Just wait a minute. Poor Juniper. She must seriously regret having asked you to defend her. To add insult to injury, you nearly had you convicted for murder. Surely you haven't beaten that little fiasco. Miss Life's attorney badges just for show. Not only did you fail to defend your client, you also raised false charges against her friend. You have no right to call yourself a lawyer. I feel like I'm not really getting a good voice for him because there's so many characters in this that it's so hard to try and voice every single one of them consistently. I did like a soft-spoken voice for him before. This trial proceeds in the same manner and ends in the same way as the mock trial. You do not lose everything you've worked so hard to gain. Well, I'll just to make sure that doesn't happen then, won't I? Don't tell me I failed once again. Failed to save someone, near and dear to me. Worked so hard to become a lawyer, and even studied psychology. Has it all been for nothing? Am I just doomed to relive that all over again? Wait, what? By flashing back to when she was a kid? Athena, what's wrong? Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in. Relax, Athena, breathe. It's not working. Everything's going dark. After all I've done, is this how it ends? Forgive me, Junie. I couldn't protect you like I said I would. Leave Athena alone, man. She's the one who saved me. Because of Athena that I could stop hiding and start living my life as a girl again. And she saved the friendship between you, Juniper, and I. I think you're an awesome lawyer, Athena. One of the best. I raised false charges against you. That's not all. I've done something seriously unforgivable. I've done some seriously unforgivable things. What's the big deal? False charges are nothing to be scared of. I'm not even mad at you. I should really be thanking you. You used legitimate means to expose my wrongdoings and give me a chance to re-examine what's important. But what does it matter if I can't save Juniper? I mean, the whole reason I've come so far is... It's not over yet, Athena. Even now, at this very moment, I still believe in you. I know you better than most people, Athena. I know you'd never surrender to the dark age of the law like the professor did. Thank you, Junie, but I feel like I can barely breathe. I don't know what to do.
Silence!
Stop your bleeding this instant! You look an utter fool! Let's look at Blackwell. There is one who awaits you, is there not? And that is the reason you have studied so very hard. Are you prepared to give up all you have to worked for thus far? It would not do to have you disappoint you-know-who. Wasting your time, you have nothing on me. No evidence or anything else to establish my guilt. Oh, the bright, cheery Dark Age of law where the ends justify the means. Okay, he's very much supporting the whole ends justify the means and the Dark Age of law thing. We're helpless before the might of lawyers for whom the ends justify the means.
Objection!
Don't worry, Athena, you're doing fine. Truth will always win against people like him. But Apollo, what am I supposed to do now? Listen, all you have to do is take a deep breath and look back over the entire case. If there's truth to be found, and there always is, you're sure to find it. Let me see you smile. Remember what Mr. Wright said. The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their bigger smiles. Thanks, everyone. to worry about me now. Worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. Phoenix Wright is psyched and ready to rock. Prepare for your right of defeat. Oh, we're getting one of these again. Okay, Professor Gold wasn't killed in the art room. She was killed right where her body was found. We know because there wasn't any time to move the body there from somewhere else. That means the body had to have been hidden somewhere on stage until it was found. Let's think along these lines and see where it takes us. First up, when did Professor Beans remove the body from its hiding place? Let's see. What was he doing right before the body was discovered? Using the span of time his fake alibi created. Move the body to where it would be more easily spotted. Well, the only time Professor Means could have removed the body from its hiding place is before the mock trial, during the mock trial, or after the mock trial. Oh, this is the revisualization section, that's what it means. This reminds me very much of the Danganronpa. During the mock trial, specifically during the speech, or while Junior wasn't there. It was during the speech. During the speech, Professor Means moved the body to an easily seen location during his long pre-recorded speech. Professor also moved something to the stage, but it wasn't there before. The body, the gold statue, or the white statue. It'd be the white statue. In the mock trial, Professor Means wrapped the white Lady Justice in the school banner. Welcome in, Sir. I hope your games are doing well, the World War Z games. Drew attention to the body and made it look like the murder occurred in the art room. Also, I have to ask, because I have to ask this because I'm not really sure. Am I annoying you in chat? Because if I am, then I can stop. Because it does. I don't know if it's hard for me to. It's hard for me to. It's hard for me to tell. So I don't want to feel like I'm doing that. Because I feel like in some ways I might be. But I'm not entirely sure. I have a very hard time understanding and reading emotions. Of how people react and stuff. So any way to hide a body on that stage doesn't seem likely. No, there had to be someplace. Wait a second. That's something that should have been finished but was only mostly done. Something was used to cover the body up. It didn't draw undue attention because it looked like it belonged there on stage. What way? In that way, no one would suspect there was a body hidden inside. What was already on the stage and capable of concealing a body? School banner, no, because that was where the body was wrapped. The Gavin statue or the Wright statue? I mean, both of them are technically on the stage, but I think there's more evidence to say that the Wright statue was the one because they were mentioning about the right side, not the left side. So I think it's the Wright statue. Because the school banner was where the body was wrapped up in. So the body was hidden by Wright's statue. I know, the Mr. Wright statue was never actually finished. The body was wrapped under some cloth to hide what was really inside. Cleverly disguising it as the body's statue. Newman gave up on the Wright statue, yet Professor Means finished it in a single night. Yes, what an impressive feat that was.
Objection!
No, his so-called work of art deserves none of our praise. That's because it was only a facade to hide his real work. The murder of Professor Court. Come again? I'm afraid I don't follow. He hit the body by making it look like the statue of Mr. Wright. With the body wrapped under a piece of cloth that looked just like a statue. What? I second that. What? Now, this is getting interesting. No, this is getting preposterous. How would such a thing even be possible?
Objection!
We'll never know until we try. Uh-oh. I think I know where this is going. Hair Apollo, time to turn me into a reasonable likeness of Mr. Wright. You're gonna pose like a statue, like so. Now I want you to wrap me up like in a cloth so that I look like a statue. Hate to ask the obvious, but where am I supposed to get this magical cloth? Yeah, I'm asking the same thing. Where are we supposed to get all of this? I'm afraid this isn't the right color, Mr. Justice. Well, given how sudden the request was, it's kind of the best I could do, Your Honor. Alright, I think that about does it. Oh, we're actually doing this. We're actually doing this. Well, what do you think, everyone? Do I look like just like a statue of Mr. Wright or what? Looks like some random person to me, but the statue's a pair of busts. Phoenix Wright has that spiky hair on the back of his head. Forget the hair, the statue's head is way bigger than your average person's anyway. Gotta hand it to me for trying anyway. Wait, that's it. The hands. Her arms are raised over her head, and there are dark bruises around her waist. Around her wrist. Yeah, the professor was probably tied up with something. Marks on her wrist indicated she'd be tied up. Apollo, tie me up in a new pose. Wait, you're not into this kind of thing, are you? Besides, it was your idea. Just tell me how to tie your hands already. Professor Court's wrists were tied together. I can't help but think that's related. How should I arrange myself to match the shape I want given her hands were tied? In an objection pose, behind my head, or behind my back? I would think in an objection pose would be the correct option, because, that would mean, that would imply that your hands are tied together. I would think. Hang on a second, how should I arrange myself to match the shape I want, given her hands were tied? An objection pose would imply her hands were tied outwards. Behind her back would be... behind my head. That's still... I mean, that would still work, wouldn't it? I don't know. I'm a little bit confused as to whether this would work or not. I guess it would, but... I'm not really sure. Let's just try, well, I tied both of my hands behind my head. See, this makes it possible to fake the spikes on the back of Mr. Wright's head. Welcome back. Hope you're doing, well. I enjoy watching your streams. They're really good. Lots of nice conversations and stuff. But, thank you for the, for stopping by. We're here for a little bit. Probably like, what, 4-ish hours more, I think, at this point. Sure, but then what about the statue's arm? Both arms behind your head, you can't exactly complete the pose. Yeah, it would be awfully hard to make the objection pose like this. Can't help thinking you've forgotten something, Athena. Something on the body that you don't have right now. the victim have that I don't? The victim had an arrow through their stomach. But if you posed it, you could probably use this arrow as some sort of... Would an arrow be long enough? I mean, the issue is that would an arrow be long enough to sustain the... Well, you could fit an arrow in with that. I guess you could do that. It would be considered the arrow. I don't really know. Maybe. Maybe we would consider this to be the thing, because they're saying, what did the victim have that we don't? Well, the victim's body, when we found it, had the arrow in it, so it has to be that, I would think. There's nothing else here that would suggest otherwise. Because the awl was... The awl isn't large enough, and also it wasn't what we found in her. We found the arrow in her, so I'll go with the arrow.
Take that!
There's an arrow sticking out of her side. Okay, Apollo, take that and plunge it into my side. What are you, crazy? Fine, then go get some duct tape. Rapido. Yeah. The games do that quite often, I think. You just get a cheerful and joyous theme is playing while we're talking about, hey, let's stab Athena in the stomach with with an arrow. And explain in a comedic way, like how the corpse was positioned. Alright, I don't need to know other languages to know bossy when I hear it. That's a big arrow as well. It's much larger than I was expecting for an arrow. Spiky hair credit from 2 hands. Masterpiece in the making. Now cover me with that cloth. But remember to make the arrow stand out, okay? Can you imagine this playing out in a real courtroom where it's like where they actually would have to do something like this? They actually would have to do stuff like this, where they have to pose as you know, if this was a potential situation, they would actually have to do this in order to be you know, get down to the bottom of something. Mommy, the arm's too short. Remember your indoor voice, dear. Nobody's buying it. The arrow's nowhere near long enough. But... What else could you use for the arm? Still won't give up, eh? I must commend you, if only for your spirit of determination. Of course she's not giving up. After all she's put me through, she owes me an explanation, and one that makes sense. Now, disappoint me again, the penalty will be doubly painful. Yikes, I guess I better get it right this time. Think, Athena, think. Professor Court was murdered when she stopped by the stage to see Professor Means. It wasn't premeditated. I keep wanting to say premeditated or premeditated. They're both words, but I keep saying one or the other. It's like I get them confused. This is premeditated. He must have used something close at hand as a ruse. Hello, show me those stage setup photos again. Like that? Right now? Okay, hold on. Please, 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 please be in this photo. Just has to be. The arm on the right... The arm on the Mr. Wright statue is really this right here. If we're implying that she went to see Professor Means and was killed by Professor Means, the only thing long enough that would make it protrude, that would make a lot of sense would be the staff. Because nothing in here would work. Like, bags are too big, the ladder's too big, this statue is not gonna work. The only thing that would work would be the staff. I don't know if I have to pick... I'm gonna try and click on the actual pointy part, not the globe. Just in case because I might have to... If I get this wrong, I might have to save and make sure I don't...
Take that!
God, I knew what he used for the arm on the statue of Mr. Wright. So, there's no such thing in this photo. Don't play dumb with me, Professor. It's the staff you have right there. Staff? This is the spear of a great legal warrior. Whatever, just hurry up and lend it to me. Lent is perfect. Mr. Wright couldn't possibly object to such an awesome arm. Okay, go for it, Apollo. Sure, I'll give your arm a hand. Cloth and binding coming right up.
Objection!
Was good, we're just about to bust this case. We're just about to bust this case, and in order to do so, we're basically watching, we're basically just watching, Athena dress up, play dress up, and try and figure out, how, the statue was actually formed. That's what we're currently doing. We're almost at the end of this mystery, I think. Yeah, imagine being in the gallery just watching everyone do this. That's why I said in a real court case where someone would have to do something, I'm trying to imagine how they would even do this in a serious way, considering everyone would be dressed in suits and stuff. But hey, there's been wacky, okay? It's the same thing. It's like, what, we've had a person testify in a cardboard box. It's Phoenix Wright. Look, it's that famous lawyer. It's definitely him. I know that pose anywhere. We did it. Didn't we? Well, am I not the spitting image of the legendary Phoenix Wright? I mean, I see it and it looks like a paintbrush. It looks like a paintbrush with like a... It looks like Pyramid Head has a paintbrush for an arm. The man who will bring us out of these dark ages into an era of brilliant golden light? Golden light, all I see before me is the pink spectre of a man. That's just because Mr. Wright likes his statue. He's positively tickled pink. Get it, Apollo? He's tickled pink. Well, that joke deserves a pink slip. Seems the gallery is quite impressed with the defense's sharp thinking. And the witness? The resemblance is something more than a coincidence.
Objection!
Not so fast there, Buster. Unfortunately for you, I can prove my theory to be more than mere coincidence. To prove that his spear was thrust into the victim, all we have to do is examine the spear for prints. That's not going to work because his fingerprints would be all over that anyway. See if it's a staff or a spear. Oh, are we doing this now? There's a difference between a staff and a spear. Test the spear for blood would be the most obvious one. Let's just do that. We'd assume the victim's jagged wound came from that arrow being forcibly shoved in. If the wound was from the spear instead, then we should be able to detect traces of the victim's blood on it. Your Honor, a brief recess, if you will. By any means possible. What if I get rid of my spear? Wait, what if I burn it? That would be destruction of evidence, my dude. What's wrong with the not guilty verdict? The fact that you're gonna be getting away with murder is what's wrong with this. Or do that or be found innocent? Yes, I'm innocent, I tell you.
Objection!
Surely you don't expect us to take lectures from you now. Now I ask you in the gallery. I mean, he was losing it before. I liked the transformation that he made. That was quite fun. That was a fun little thing. Now I ask you in the gallery. Help me decide the professor's fate. He already started throwing bathroom detail. He started throwing chalk at everyone. Retake bar exam? 30% salary cut. Wait, they're actually throwing stuff at him? Dismissal? Okay. I was wondering what was going on, but it's like, Prosecutor Blackwell, what has become of our witness Aristotle Means? It is as like Stoner suspected. Blood was detected on his staff. He is admitted to this heinous crime. All of it. He shall join us in the clink tomorrow. His teaching skills can be put to good use there. Now, could you imagine having to teach this guy having to teach the inmates? All the people that are in the jail itself with Blackwell and stuff? Great, he'll teach felons the end justifies the means. So much rehabilitation. Can I ask what the professor's motive was? Could barely make out a word he said on account of his shattered teeth. One of Blackwell's fellow inmates was once a surgeon. Why not a former dentist too? I eventually had to put pen to paper. It turns out Professor Means was the one taking bribes. The victim had suspected him after a report from the class snitch. That led her to question him at length the day of the killing. Right there on that stage. The result? The heinous crime that was brought before this court. The fool like Newman had come to not know of the script's contents via the victim's note. It seems he came up with a plan to stab the victim with her own all in order to make the killing look like the one in the script and thus friend the defendant. That scrap of paper with Hugh's name had the same mark as Professor Court's plan. Yes, about that. Those plans are bestowed upon all students graduating at the top of their class. Really? So then... Indeed, once upon a time, Professor Means was also awarded the same notebook. The handwriting is being analyzed now, but like as not, the scrap belonged to him. This too was evidence of the bribery scheme that the victim had obtained. Know that Constance Court was clean, and that only Aristotle Means took the bribes. To think a professor would murder a colleague, then try to pin it on a student. If this is the dark age of the law, then we can only hope that a brighter future awaits. And the first step is to hand down my verdict for a promising young lady. This court finds the defendant, Juniper Woods. Here it comes. Here comes our confetti that comes out of nowhere. Did it. Case 3 is in the books. I wish you all the best on your road to becoming a courtroom judge. We will need young people like you. If we ever hope to restore the law to its former glory. Yes, Your Honor. I'll work as hard as I can. Maybe one day I'll be able to work with all of you to make a difference. Proudly serve Professor Court's memory. Do not let her death be in vain. That's the last thing I expected to hear from him today. I'm noticing Blackwell has softened up a little bit, like, as this case went on. Court is adjourned. Yes, court is adjourned. We are done. Third case is out of the way. So we'll have plenty of time to start the fourth one as well. October 26th, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Thank you, Thena. I really mean it. It's nothing, really. Take the biggest tangled mess of a case and unravel it just like that. I don't know, you look pretty wound up at the end. Literally and figuratively. I will say, with this case, I did kind of come around to it by this trial. The investigation portions were good because of the whole investigating how the trials differentiated. But this second trial section, like once we started elaborating that we were breaking out who we thought the culprit was, I think that was all very good. I still think I preferred the previous 2 cases, but this like figuring out how Means did it and all that stuff, I think that was really good. So I would still say it's still third case syndrome, but also not like, definitely not the worst case, but Miriam was in the case as well, so she was also a very fun character. There are some things I did like about this case. Mainly. You look pretty hungry for a knuckle sandwich, Buster. I wanted to thank you too, Apollo. Don't mention it. The way you were always there for Thena when she was in the bind. At the detention center where your smile gave me hope, when there was none. It's like the warm rays of the sun shining down on peaceful woodlands. I think you're an absolutely amazing person. Thanks, Juniper. It means a lot to me. Still have lots of work to do. I can't wait until we see you on the judge's bench. I promise you, I'll get there someday. That's why until that day, Guys, I got some big news. I mean, this is huge. Oh, am I interrupting something? No, it's okay. I think. So what's the big news? School festival. Supposed to have been cancelled after what happened, but... just got a call. In memory of Professor Constance's court, who worked so hard to make it happen. The festival's being extended one extra day until tomorrow. Really? Alright. Is that it? Anime cutscene. Hey, we got a concert now?
We've got a special treat for all of you. A love letter for Themis Legal Academy. Achtung, baby. It's time for the guitar serenade.
Oh, it's the... hang on a second. This is, Is that who I think it is? Is that is that Lamoureux from last game? I think it is her. We didn't get to hear the entire serenade. That would have been... we got to see it in, we got to hear it in, Apollo Justice, but we didn't get to see the entire thing. That would have been good to have as an animated cutscene. You could have done that. Chapter 27, Themis Legal Academy, 3rd floor lecture hall. Why didn't they do that? That was a missed opportunity right there. Well, that was so much fun. School festivals are amazing. Yeah, the guitar serenade was in the last game, but I would have liked to have, like, we got the actual, like, video and, like, the thing, but I would have liked to have heard them sing the, I would have liked to hear them actually sing the song in an animated cutscene. That would have been a cool thing to do. I think you and Robin are getting a little carried away. The singing voice. Oh, that was Juniper that was singing. Think about my H-E-A-R-T. How it do? We just finished the 3rd case. We just finished the 3rd case of the game. So we're gonna continue on to the next one. Doing pretty well though. We'll have a good amount of time to get into the next one. How are you doing today? Or how are you doing this time zone, I should say? Because my time zone is it's like afternoon at the moment. Just remember, the objection pose is all about attitude. Congrats on your mock trial, man. Although Robin had you for a while there. But yeah, we just finished the 3rd trial, and guess we'll see. Usually the 4th trial and the 5th trial are usually very intensive and hard to thing, I guess. They're usually hard to figure everything out. I did, didn't I? I'm just glad we're back to how we used to be, thanks to Athena. You know what? I think I'll stick becoming a prosecutor after all. I'm gonna make it for my mock trial loss by running the real deals in court. Mock trial loss? What loss? Wait. Oh, it's 7 AM your time. Yeah, right now it's 2:47 for me. Oh, you've been doing some Resident Evil runs. Nice. Resident Evil as in speedruns, or just casual playing? Level-headed lawyer, course genius, and hot-blooded prosecutor course student. We'll go head-to-head in a mock trial battle for the She-Devil's Black Heart. Does this mean it's really gonna happen? Oh, I see. Nice. I have not played Code Veronica yet. They're apparently going to be making a remake for that. Zero and Code Veronica are getting remakes. I would have liked if they did a remake for the original, just because the last remake was on GameCube, but hey, I'll take 2 more Resident Evil games. I haven't played Code Veronica yet, though. So I'll probably just wait for that. But I've played all the numbered titles, and, well, all the numbered titles and Revelations 1. I do have Revelations 2 that I would like to play, as well. Something I've been meaning to say to you. Is he gonna do what I think he is? Juniper? Can we still be friends? You know, best friends like we've always been? Best friends? You're gonna profess your love for Juniper if you won the mock trial? It's going to confess. Yeah, I kind of, I got into Resident Evil because of the remakes, because I like third person, so I just started from, I started from 2, and then I've gone, what, 3, 4, 5, 6, Biohazard, Village, and then I've played Revelations 1. Everything else I haven't touched yet, because I'm not really a big fan of the tank controls or the camera angle stuff, so that's why I kind of want them to remake some of the older ones, but yeah, apparently we are getting Code Veronica and Zero. That are being, as well as 9. I think Resident Evil 9 is in development. Marvel vs. Capcom, I mean, that's a good way to get into them. The characters are pretty cool. I think the first time that I saw Resident Evil characters and stuff was Marvel vs. Capcom as well. But again, Wesker and Nemesis are like 2 of my favorite characters from the thing, and they're both in those games. You already dragged it out of me during the trial. Listen, you two, Robin, Miriam. Here she is. Here's your favorite character. Me too. She's got a new box. Miriam's got this tactical espionage action stuff down. Oh, okay, game. Okay, game. I get what you're doing now. The hissing sounds. Being in a cardboard box. Tactical espionage action. Where, thank you for referencing Metal Gear Solid. Demo for PS4. Okay, so... how do I put this? It's hard to say, because every, okay, the easiest way to know is, Resident Evil 7, was it first person? Because if the game was in first person, then that would have been if the game's in first person, it's either going to be 7 or Village. All of the remakes are in third person, so 2, 3, and 4, and then 5 and 6 are also in third person, but they came on PS3 first, and then came to PS4 later. So technically, a lot of the games are on PS4, but it just depends on which one, because that would at least narrow it down. But 7 and Village are first person, so that makes them, oh, then there you go. That is Resident Evil, that's 7. That's either 7 or Village. Most likely 7 is escaping the house. Because Village is a lot more open world. Yeah, so that means it would have been Resident Evil 7 that you played the demo of. I thinking. It's up to us to put an end to the dark age of the law if we can, yeah. Oh, way before Village? Yeah, it was 7. 7 is the one where you're in the house, and it's first person. Please make sure that you play, 7 before Village. Do not, play Village before 7. Let's all work together to usher in a new age where winning only results from the truth. In the end, never justifies the means. Count me in. Wouldn't have it any other way. Best friends forever, huh? No matter what anyone says, nothing beats true friendship. You bet. What about your BFF Apollo? You're a bit old to be using that word, but yeah, he's the best friend a guy could have. Which reminds me, we're supposed to meet up and gossip about the new girl in the office. Hey, no talking about me behind my back. So what kind of guy is he anyway? Well, if I had to describe him in one word... So after some slight arm twisting, Apollo promised to bring me to meet his friend. Fortunately, that promise was never meant to be fulfilled. For not long after, their friendship was mercilessly severed by fate. And the bonds between us began to fray. Sorry, heed my words, O'Connor has to be a playable character in 7, even if it even exists. I would like to see that. That would actually be pretty cool. Why, Apollo? Why? Why would you leave us all behind? That would actually make some sense. I would like to see that as a continuation. Maybe have some of the characters from the law school come back and be a one-off, like, I don't know, do something. Maybe just do something where we have to go back to, the thing. Alright, sync my trophy up first, just in case, something happens. I just don't really know, because we haven't had... The issue is that we haven't had an Ace Attorney game since, we haven't had a new Ace Attorney game in, how long did I say it was? Hang on a second. How long did I say it was that we haven't had a new game for? It was, when I say a new game, I mean a, not a crossover. We haven't had a new Ace Attorney game since 2017. My issue is that this game is technically 11 years old. I don't even know if they'll remember these characters. That's the one thing. Like, Professor Layton is getting a new game after 11 years. We'd be getting a new Ace Attorney game after 7 years. And that one that came out 7 years ago was exclusive to Japan until, like, 3 years ago. So, technically the last game we got was 2016, at least in the English-speaking world. So, I guess the issue that I have is I don't know if they would remember the characters from this game, and whether they would be willing to bring them back. Especially since I've seen a lot of people saying that they would like to have Athena as the main character. And then do something else. Did I save? No. Today is... I haven't saved... I haven't saved today, that's fine. Saving. So, I kind of look at, it's a difficult thing. It's like, if you've ever played the Yakuza games... it's like some characters from those, where there's a lot of popular fan characters, but it's a matter of would they remember them enough to a point where they feel like they would want to bring them back. But, I mean, we've had if we're gonna get a new trilogy, because obviously we have the original trilogy, we have the DS, this DS trilogy, then we have the duology with the Edgeworth games and the duology with the Ace Attorney games. Typically, it seems like they're going to start with a new character, or they'll go to an old character and do something else. So, I think we're going to get, if we get an Ace Attorney 7, it may be a new character that we play as, or an old character that we already have, done something for. And for that, I guess. So we might get an Athena Sykes Ace Attorney, or we might get a completely new character. It seems like they always want to start a new trilogy or a new series off with something different. So that's why we got Phoenix first 3, Apollo introduced, and then obviously Ace Attorney, a great Ace Attorney, and what's the other one? Great Ace Attorney and the Edgeworth games. So I think we might get a new character, potentially. It also depends on the courtroom bombing incident. A terrible attack launched by a madman that incidentally perfectly symbolized the state of the legal world in this dark age of the law. Mr. Wright brought it to a resolution of sorts. Hang on a second. Thank you, Survivor, for the raid. I'll give you a shout out real quick. Why was I able to change that? Alright, there we go. Thank you everyone for the raids. That your stream went well. If only it were that simple, somehow I can't help but think. There's a darker influence at work. One that's lurking in the shadows, waiting. That's why I want to review the trial that was taking place when the bombing occurred. After all, I've got more than a few personal stakes in it. Okay, the Cosmic Turnabout. See what we're in for this. But yeah, thank you for the raid, and everyone coming in from the raid. We are up to case 4. We've just finished case 3. Okay, going back to some comments for a second. Yeah, Gumshoe, I would like to see Gumshoe come back.
1 hour remaining until launch. Please begin your final...
Gumshoe could be a fun little character to bring back to the game.
Check complete. Everything's a-okay.
They did bring him back for one of the cases that we showed. He was there. An Edgeworth skin accessory is coming to Among Us. I have not played Among Us, but I find that very interesting that they're bringing Edgeworth skin. But I guess that's also to tie in with it's probably to tie in with the investigations games coming out in what, 3 days time? 4 days time? No, 4 days time. 4 days time for me anyway. Hopefully there's a physical copy so I can get the, play that sooner. But we'll have to see. So we're dealing with some space rangers. Going straight into the trial, interesting. Okay. December 16, 9:12 AM, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 5. We have an autopsy report. Terran's autopsy report. Cause of death, stabbing. The victim was discovered in the 3rd floor boarding lounge in the main building. I can imagine that. That would actually work. That would actually work. I just realized this now. We are in a space station. For this case. And we're getting an Among Us skin. Is this going to be an Among Us case? Yeah, that would be really funny though. They need to get other characters in just to have them pop up in a random area. Like, just have, they need to do some other characters. They should try some other characters out as well. Yeah. Like, this may as well be an Among Us case, right? We're investigating some space stuff, and, yeah, I guess we'll have to see what we're in for. They should try and do some more skins. Get one for Phoenix, get one for some of the other prosecutors. Have a Von Karma one. Have a Godot one with a coffee mug on his head or something. I don't know. Or that would be funny. Or Godot's visor. You know, with Godot's visor on. Time for another trial to begin. This one is different. Sorry to bother you, but... Oh, you're back. You alright, Apollo? So making a scary face just now? Never mind. We have a couple of things here too. Okay, Clay Terran, age 23, a victim in this case. He was a Hat 2 crew member and a close friend of mine. Okay. So this was what they were talking about at the start, where this character ended up passing. So I guess we're investigating our best friend's death. Okay, thank you for stopping by, Destructor. Nice to talk to someone, another fellow Ace Attorney and Resident Evil game enjoyer. Have a good rest. Oh yes, Francisca would be excellent. Francisca would make an excellent prosecutor. No. Francisca would make an excellent character for Among Us. Yeah, that's what I said. Could do it with a coffee mug on his head or something. Yes, I'm fine. I was just doing my chores of steel exercises. Now I'm all ready to go. Yes, knowing you, I'm sure you'll be just fine. Thought you were a present from my garden. That's a lotus root, isn't it? Yeah, is this a lotus root? That's right, my grandma says lotus root is good for your eyes. She even says that if you look through the holes, it can help you see the future. It's for good luck. Maybe later you can cook it and... Thanks for this. I'm gonna have some right now. Oh my. Kinda tough though. I'm pretty certain you should be cooking, and I don't know if you should be eating raw lotus root, but can't eat it raw? Thanks for the enthusiastic try. She didn't think me weird before, she will now. Gotta calm down. Paul, I'm sorry I'm late. Hi, Athena. Junie, I didn't know you weren't coming today. Did you come to cheer Apollo on? Oh, I get it. You sly little thing. You... Athena, stop. Quit kidding around, Athena. The trial's about to start any second. Is everything alright? Oh, Apollo. When will you ever figure it out? Figure out what? Okay, who is this? Wow, that was the longest sigh I've ever heard. Oh, okay, this is, which character is this? I gotta figure out a voice for them now. Let's try and figure out a voice. What should I do for an astronaut's voice? I don't know. There's just been so many characters that I'm now struggling to figure out, all the different voices that I can do. Shaggy. Do it like Shaggy? I mean, I was thinking more like Kaito from, Danganronpa, but, but he's not really all that excited. anything works. This is it. It's all over for me. They're gonna find me guilty. It's a client, one Solomon Sol Starbuck. He's a very famous astronaut, happens to be an acquaintance of mine. Wouldn't know it right now, but he's usually a very upbeat and driven person. Scene of the crime this time happened to be the Cosmos Space Center. We get any information on this guy? Not yet. Back in high school, my best friend and I went there almost a little too much. Well, that's where we met Mr. Starbuck. We asked about space travel and he launched into story after story with so much passion. Back in those days, the man was 100% my hero. Sure you're okay with being my lawyer, Apollo? Of course I'm sure. I know you, Mr. Starbuck. No, you're not the type to commit murder. Thanks, but... almost looks like he's got a crayon for a head or like a paintbrush. Supposed to be in space right about now. This guy's just sighing constantly. So depressed, it almost seems like an act. The launch getting called off must have been a huge shock. Probably never get the chance to go into space again. Don't say that. Don't stop believing. Besides, you just have to go into space again. I'm pretty certain it's not as simple as that. So Solomon Starbuck, age 33, the defendant in this case, he was a Hat 2 crew member and was a mentor to the victim. Yeah, I don't think I could face Clay in the afterlife if I just rotted away in a cell. Clay Tarrant? I can't believe he was murdered. He was such a promising astronaut under your command. Yeah, he's a good guy. Always there to pick me up when I was down. No one loved life as much as him, that's for sure. He was always so full of energy, telling me you're fine, Mr. Starbuck. How could something like this happen to a guy like him, huh? Never seen Mr. Starbuck so down. Clay's gone and I'm going to prison. We should go burn up like a shooting star right now. Maybe we can get him some coffee, because I mean he might get free. If his name is Starbuck, he might get free coffee at Starbucks. Maybe needs to be uplifted. Mr. Starbuck, you'll be fine. What is it? What's with the yelling? Get to the bottom of this today. You'll see. In exchange, I want you to go back into space for you and Clay. Promise? Does mean you have lots of evidence to prove my innocence? Well, about that. Didn't get to investigate the area as much as I've liked, thanks to the police. I'm done for. I'm a goner. Everybody thinks I did it. Thought I was gonna soar like a comet, but I'm just gonna crash like a meteorite. No, don't say that, Mr. Starbuck. Don't count yourself out yet. No, it's hard to lose a teammate. You've got to keep going. And what about you, Apollo? What about me? Just thinking, isn't Clay your best friend? Need to focus on the trial right now. Are you all ready to go? Apollo? Okay, how are we supposed to... How are we supposed to... I know that this is a video game, but... And we've done it in the past, but... Yeah, he very much seems like it's like, the bots. How are we supposed to, defend our people that we know? Like, usually you're not allowed to defend... Usually you're not allowed to be responsible for a case, but... I guess we just ignore that fact. In these games. The trial is about to begin. The defense will proceed. Please proceed to the courtroom. I've done it so many times as it is that, like, I guess we just roll with it at this point. This is it. This is one trial I can't afford to lose. I guess in this case we are defending the other guy, but it's still, this is our friend. For Clay's sake and our clients, I will find Clay's killer. Then again, I also wonder that if we weren't able to defend them, that pretty much all of our friends and ourselves would probably be in prison. Or dead. Because if we just got somebody else to do it. Yeah, they're not good. They've never been good at court accuracy. Like, I've not watched the videos, but Legal Eagle is a good example of, there's a lot of good videos where they break down, like, court cases and court situations in games, and obviously, like, these don't play very accurately in court, but it's what makes them fun, I think. Like, just imagine if the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard case was done as an Ace Attorney, case. December 16, 9:55 a.m., District Court, Courtroom Number 4. Day 1, court is now in session. All rise. You mean the entire game is an F? Probably, because there's so much stuff that happens in these games that, there's so much stuff in these games where, they break so many rules and, so many other things. It's like, it's impossible to not, it's pretty much impossible, I would say. To do these in an accurate way. Like, I'm trying to think what's the most grounded, case in these games? The one that would be the easiest to pass off as, like, a real case. It's very hard, because a lot of the stuff that happens in these games is, oh, I've got this, MacGuffin, essentially, or, like, a magical power that can be like, hey, I've got a Magatama. Oh, I've got, you know, a perceived sense. Oh, I've got, a thing. I think it's like a cross between both. I've always heard people say Japanifornia as the setting for these cases. So like a good example of where Phoenix didn't really have any gimmicks to use was like the Furio Tigre case from the third game, case 3 of the third game. In that case, he didn't have the Magatama, he didn't have, like, outside assistance in the same way. It was all about looking at the evidence, but the issue with that is that there was, like, clear points where certain things wouldn't have been able to be done in that way. But yeah, it is very hard to determine, like, accuracy. Court is now in session for the trial of Solomon Stark. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Okay, we've now got our, this is now post, case 1. Excuse me, Mr. Justice? Yes, Your Honor. What happened to your eye? I'm fine, the defense is ready, Your Honor. Are you sure? I don't... Also, another thing to understand, I'm not sure how different the Japanese legal system is to like, when I say American, I also consider them, like, here as well. These cases have not had juries at all, whereas I know that in American legal system there are juries, in Australian law systems there's juries. In Japan, I'm guessing there's no jury? There's only the one judge? Or have they changed that? Because, juries are very important in some cases. I wouldn't say in some cases, in a lot of cases juries are important, but I know some countries just have a judge. Fine, Your Honor, the defense is ready. Sorry, Your Honor. It's been like this since yesterday. He keeps insisting that it's just a study. Suppose it's something he doesn't want to discuss. Maybe he's entering a touchy age. Very well in the prosecution. Because, like, a good example, right? A good example for this inconsistency with the games. In the Great Ace Attorney games, they have jury. In the first, the first 3, there's no juries. In, Apollo Justice, the last case, they did a jury, but it wasn't really, it was, like, just not really shown. So, it's like, there's inconsistencies all over the place. Prosecution appears to be ready as well.
Silence.
I think we've got different chains for him now, too, because he busted out of the previous ones. Not yet. I'm not quite ready yet. Never mind. I was just about to comment about the new chains, and we've already busted through them. As you do. Yeah, the jury system's in Ace Attorney, Great Ace Attorney, but the jury system, they tried to do it in Apollo Justice for the last case. The prosecution is now ready. Well, it didn't take him long this time. What's up with Blackwell? Now then, I shall give the opening statement.
Silence.
Oh, Blackwell wants to do it this time? I'll do it. Well, what an unexpected surprise. This time I can't leave it to anyone else. I see. Something is off with the 2 of you today. Yeah, I did like the jury system from the Ace Attorney, Great Ace Attorney. I liked those games quite a lot. They were very, very fun. Japan has what they call the lay judges. They're like juries, but not categorized in. Okay. So I think the way juries work, from what I remember understanding, is the jury essentially. So in the courts here, in Australia, we have a judge, obviously, and then the jury does the voting of the thing, and then they determine whoever's guilty or innocent or whatever. I think in this case with Japan, it sounds like what they do is the jury is a group of people. They discuss all the findings and stuff, and then they corroborate with the judge, and then the judge gives the judgment based on what the jury has found and discussed, along with all the other evidence. I think that's how it might work, but I could be completely incorrect there. Very well, Prosecutor Blackwell, your opening statement, if you would. It was just yesterday. The crimes in question occurred at the Cosmos Space Center. Oh, that famous federal research facility of all things related to astrology, right? Astronomy? It's astronomy! Anyway, a rocket was set to launch from there. But at 9:28 AM, before they could even move the rocket to the launch site, two explosive devices were detonated, and the launch was cancelled. My word, 2 bombs? How dreadful. The defendant in today's trial is charged with both the bombing and with murder. One Mr. Solomon Starbuck. For whatever an unnamed reason, he detonated a bomb on the rocket he himself would be in. Solomon Starbuck? I recognize that name. Isn't he that famous astronaut? Correct your boldness. Mr. Starbuck was the pilot of the Hat 1 rocket 7 years ago. As you may recall, despite some interstellar trouble, his mission was a success. Some say it was a miracle he returned alive. I suppose you could say he's a living legend. I remember now. He's become something of an international celebrity, right? Okay, whatever mankind's hope for the future, I've got to make it back alive. The Hat 1 miracle. Come along, a captivating space odyssey that will take your breath away. They even turned that incident into a movie and everything. We've got a real space pioneer in court today. But even heroes tumble from their lofty heights. Returning to the subject at hand. Ah, yes. The victim was one Clay Terran, subordinate of the defendant. Indeed, a loyal disciple brutally stabbed to death by his mentor. Stabbed to death, you say? You mean his death wasn't a result of the bombing? Correct. Despite his lofty dreams, the victim was seen as an interloper by the defendant. And so he was sent not into space, but to the universe which we mortals cannot see. I think I've heard enough. This case seems pretty clear-cut at this point. However, there is one thing I'm curious about. That metal box next to the witness stand. Wait a second. What is this doing here? What is this doing here? This is the bomb case from the first case. What is this transport case doing here? Okay. Is this the point where we start relating back to, They did show the bomber at the start. Okay. I see what we're doing here. Since you are so nicely, it's your coffin. Have mercy on me! Did he actually just kick the judge out of the stand? I jest, it's evidence. Due to its immense size, we have little choice but to lay it where it rests now. We shall get to the contents of the box in due time. I feel like I just lost 50 years off my life. Due to fear? I guess he just did, yeah. He has disappeared before, but he did get attacked by the bird too. Does he even have 50 years left? In a monologue, Athena, in a monologue. Enough jabbering. But before Fulbright's name, in justice we trust? Ah, Detective Fulbright. Very well then, please explain the details of this incident to the court if you would. On it, first take a look at this pamphlet from the Cosmos Space Center. In it, you'll find a diagram outlining the overall layout of the Space Center. Okay, so basement floor and then 6 floors, a launch pad, and a space museum. Ah, here we are. For a more detailed look at what's on the left side of this building. And then we've got launch pad 1, so we've got upper level, a ladder, middle level, lower level with an elevator between the middle level and the upper level. A launch pad 1 corridor that leads to the lounge, which leads to the 3rd floor. Take a look at this cross-section that we, the police, have created. See the launch pad in the main building? The launch pad is the square building, and the routed structure is the main building, right? You got it. The incident takes place in launch pad 1, and in the main building's lounge. I'll be using this diagram during my testimony. It'll make it easier to understand. Space Center diagram added to the court record. The cross-section view of the main building of the Space Center and launch pad number 1. As always, press all the statements just to get them out of the way because sometimes there's extra dialogue to learn. Details of the case. Just before the rocket was set to launch, 2 bombs went off. Boom! Boom! One on the 2nd floor of the Space Center's main building, and one in launch pad number 1. Thankfully, only the 2 astronauts who were in launch pad 1 at the time. The 2 of them managed to make it back as far as the boarding lounge. But after the escape, one of the 2 was found stabbed to death. A murder on top of a building. A murder on top of a bombing. Detective, the victim was already dead by the time you arrived at the lounge, correct? Yep. Think he'd sabotage the bombing. The defendant killed him right there in the rocket. Just look at this tragic photo. Okay. Oh my, is that a knife in the victim's chest? Yes, Your Honor. It's a knife that cruelly ended this young man's dreams. Of So it had to go off right then and there. Now it's really dark. Never mind. The skylight will it'll turn back on eventually when it gets too. It'll turn off eventually when. There you go. Complain enough and it'll go turn back on, I guess. We couldn't get any prints off of it though, because the defendant was in his spacesuit. Utility knife adds to court record. The victim's blood was found on its blade, but no fingerprints could be lifted. By the way, Detective Fulbright, why are the victim's helmet and glove absent in this photograph? We had to remove them to identify him, Your Honor. I personally removed his glove during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity, after all. Yes, it would be very difficult to identify him without a face or fingerprints. Now, there's just one more thing I'd like to inquire about. What is this round thing next to the victim in this photo? Something so important to the victim he took it with him as he escaped the launch pad. A capsule that apparently contained asteroid samples. Well, obviously valuable for research purposes and has no relation to this case. I see. So we know that the bomb in the main building was on the second floor. But where was the bomb that was in Launchpad 1 located? That one was on the rocket itself. It was situated around the central part of the rocket. Apparently the area around the launch pad's elevator was a sea of flames. I would like to submit this diagram report into the record. Okay, bombing report added to the court record. The explosion sparked a fire on the second floor of the main building and the middle level of the launch pad near the elevator. Trials just started, we're already in a bind. Can I examine any of these? Just examine this only. Get used to it. Besides, that's what cross-examination is for, right? What the two astronauts were doing during the bombing. That'll be the key.
Hold it!
How powerful were the explosions? Well, the one in the main building wasn't strong enough to bring the place down. But the room it went off in was burned black. Thankfully, nobody was hurt. Due in large part, of course, to me stepping up to lead the evacuation. Wait, what were you doing there in the first place, Detective Fulbright? I'm Bobby Fulbright, hero of justice. I'll be there whenever people need my help. I go to the other side of the world, or even the edge of the universe. Not sure he knows how far that actually is. But I guess I'll leave that one alone. Admirable decision, Justice Dono. What did you decide? Anyway, could you describe what it was like at the Space Center at the time? The bomb cut the power to the central bank of elevators in the third floor lounge. It was pitch black in there, I tell you. However, the security cameras and whatnot were running on emergency backup. How did the evacuation go? I immediately and heroically whisked people down to the Space Center's basement shelter. The basement shelter? Yes, there is an emergency shelter beneath the Space Center. Emergency shelter, huh? Oh, here it is. It's at the bottom of the diagram. Ah, I see. So they've labeled that as the shelter. The Space Center is pretty impressive to have its own shelter. Evacuation report added to the court record. The bombs went off despite tight security. Police officers and riot police who had been standing by gave the evacuation orders. Seems one off. Power outage and evacuation seem unrelated to the murder at this point. So police officers and riot police gave evacuation instructions immediately. There was a power outage and the affected areas remained dark. The security system switched over to emergency power and continued to work, and evacuees moved to the basement shelter. Guess I'll leave that aside for now. So there were 2 explosions in total, correct? Yep, that's right.
Hold it!
Let me get this straight. Mr. Starbuck rigged a rocket he was going to board with explosives? What are you talking about? So the defendant really did plant the bomb on his own rocket. Get caught in the explosion as well. I hadn't thought of that. Fine, a simpleton for a simpleton. Fulbright the motive. Understood. The defendant actually had astrophobia. Astrophobia? What's that? A fear of space, naturally. Just the thought of space can cause the afflicted to freeze up. Then why is he an astronaut? Why would you be an astronaut if you were afraid of space? There has to be something up with this, surely. Like, that wouldn't make any sense. And so, in his terror, the defendant found a way to stop the launch at the last minute. That's absurd. Unfortunately for you, we have evidence. Take a look at these. What are they? These anti-anxiety pills were found among the defendant's possessions. Apparently he was taking them in secret to quell his fears. There were a multitude of problems with the rocket Mr. Starbuck rode 7 years ago. Rumor has it threatened to crash a number of times as well. That was, of course, very traumatic for Mr. Starbuck.
Objection!
That doesn't mean he'd go so far as to blow up his own ship.
Silence.
The defendant couldn't bear Tamari's good name now, could he? No, not after the media had branded him Sol Starbuck, space pioneer extraordinaire. Given these conditions, the defendant could hardly run away like some base mutt. What, so that's why you think he's resorted to the bombing? Naturally. He constructed this act of sabotage in an attempt to blow up the space center, which would effectively abort the launch, but spare his reputation. Now I'm sure you understand why we have to bring justice down on this atrocious criminal.
Hold it!
Are you sure it was only the two of them? It was just before the spaceship was set to launch, so of course it was only those two. Oh, there could have been somebody else inside that rocket.
Silence.
The notion of a third party in Launch Pad 1 is utterly absurd. Just to enter the area from the lounge? One must pass through a door guarded by a fingerprint recognition device. And allow me to state up front that there are precious few with the clearance to do so. A fingerprint recognition device sounds as futuristic and complex as a space center. Actually, it's not as amazing as you think, Your Honor. Take a look at this photo. This is the door in the lounge with the fingerprint lock. Only personnel whose fingerprints are registered can pass through. I see. That is very different from what I had in mind. And is there a record of the number of people that passed through that door yesterday? Yes, there were only 3. The defendant, the victim, and the director of the Space Center, Yuri Cosmos. Then doesn't that mean it's possible that the director was the one who did it? Not a chance. He was in the main building when the bomb exploded at 9:28. Doing his job directing the launch. Besides, having an alibi, he has no motive for committing these senseless acts. He has a point. I guess the director can't be considered a suspect then. Launchpad 1 door lock as court record. A biometric lock opened. A biometric door lock operated by fingerprint recognition. Only the defendant, the victim, and the Space Center director had access. Okay. Still haven't gotten to the final statement yet, even to start.
Hold it!
So while it would appear that the pair barely escaped with their lives, in actuality, one of them had already been murdered inside the rocket. It's the angle the prosecution wants to push, correct? You got it. In fact, that's what I've been trying to say this whole time. If the victim had been alive, it would have for sure tried to stop the bombing. Is there any chance Mr. Terran could have been killed before he brought up the rocket? They were both alive and well at boarding time and embarked their own power. Under their own power, sorry. Their hearts full of hopes and dreams of space. Then both of their hopes and dreams were dashed. If I may continue my explanation, after the evacuation order was given, the defendant made his escape, carrying the victim to make it look like a rescue. Okay, so last statement to press.
Hold it!
Then we're gonna try and figure out where we're going from here. Who was the first to find the victim? Actually, there were two of them. The Space Center Director, Yuri Cosmos, and Detective Candace Arm. Okay. Are we implying that this is... Because Candace Arm died in the first case. Candace Arm died in the first case. We've now seen the bomb transport case from the previous thing, and we saw the Tentonate, the guy at the very start in the first case as well. We saw him too. What's this got to do with everything? Why are we getting characters back from the first case, and why is it something definitely up right now? Definitely something up at the moment. Where are we going with this? I wonder. One of them is a detective. Yep, Detective Arm specializes in bombings, you see. She and the director were ordering the evacuation following the explosions. They were also worried about the astronauts, so they worried over to the boarding lounge. That's when they discovered the victim along with the defendant. Two witnesses, huh? And one of them is a detective. Either one would have anything to say that would help me. I think that pretty much covers the details of the case. Only the victim and the defendant were on the launch pad when the former was killed. If this is the truth, then only Mr. Starbuck could have carried out this crime. What little I could get out of him only hurt my case. Just as dono foolish as the warrior who rushes headlong into battle. Preparation is an essential element of battle, so I advise you to take a gander at this. What is it? Footage from a security camera. As the two astronauts emerge from the bowels of the Launchpad 1 corridor. The boarding line security camera captured their desperate escape. Now it will direct your attention to what the defendant is shouldering. What you can see is none other than the lifeless body of the victim. Yeah, I'm wondering where this is taking place now, because we're referencing Candace Arm, but she died. Unless this case happened prior to that happening, but it can't because she's already dead. And then also the stuff with the case, I guess I'm confused with the order of the events. Order! Order, I say! This lines up exactly what the prosecution has been asserting. Should have known Blackwell would have something like that up this running. Security camera video. Video showing the defendant and victim's escape from the corridor to the boarding lounge. Apollo, how exactly did I determine that Clay was already gone in that footage? I see what you mean. Whether the Clay was still alive at that point is pretty crucial. Your Honor, please take another look at the footage. Can we look at the footage ourselves? Oh, okay, just got the photo. Isn't it possible that Mr. Terran was still alive here and that Mr. Starbuck was helping him? Why, I believe you're right. One man carrying the other to safety. What a beautiful expression of friendship.
Silence.
Perhaps that's what it looks like to be a one-eyed, hot-headed and dotard. But it only makes sense if it's the victim's dead body. What do you mean? Fulbright, explain. It's a justice dono. Part of this case occurs before the first case, if I recall. Okay. Because they're referencing Candace and the bomb case, and they're saying that Candace put a fingerprint or whatever through the area first. So it's like, she can't have done that if she's already dead, and we've got the bandage over our eyes, so... You got it. Ready, kid? The murder had occurred in the lounge. Someone could have spotted it. Anyone could enter the lounge, after all. Doing it while they were alone in the spaceship. That's a whole, also a different color.
Objection!
You can't deny that there's a possibility the murder could have happened in the lounge. All that video shows us a man helping his fellow astronaut out.
Silence.
Your assertion is based on emotion. It's based on your belief that Mr. Starbuck would surely help his own disciple. But you have no logical explanation as to why the victims could still be alive. Unfortunately, Mr. Justice, the prosecution is right. Your argument is lacking in sound logic. Sounded perfectly logical to me. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further objections, I believe it's time to bring this cross-examination to a close. Objections? Well,
Hold it!
It's not over yet. It can't be. Your Honor, the defense requests a little time to think and regroup. Given the facts, I'm not sure I need... What is it, Athena? It's just... There's something that's been bothering me. Isn't the defense stalling for time, as always? Very well, I'm feeling generous. You may have a small measure of time. Yes. You have... 5 seconds. 5 seconds? After all, I declare this cross-examination to be closed and a verdict to be rendered. Your boldness. Raise your gavel high. It's time for a countdown. Ready? You don't have time. Spit it out, Athena. Only three more seconds. Look, I don't think the prosecution's explanation is very complete. Meaning? I mean, there's something missing. Like they conveniently left it unexplained. Something they didn't explain. Something they didn't explain. I'm fairly certain it's already been 5 seconds. Well and truly. You're right, I think I know what you're talking about. Your 5 seconds are up, Mr. Justice. Is there anything about the prosecution's argument that you'd like to rebut? Yes, Your Honor. Actually, there is. There is something the prosecution's yet to make clear to this court. Well, if you put it that way... What is it that the prosecution has failed to explain? The motive for murder or why the body is moved? Well, considering there was a bombing that happened, why would you have if you were going to kill the victim in a bombing, why would you need to move the body? Wouldn't you want to leave it in the blast radius so that it would be, you'd have less evidence to, show? I mean, the motive for murder is also not given yet, but we're still trying to figure all that out. But moving the body makes no sense if you're trying to cover it up in a bombing. Like, if we're saying that our client killed the person with a knife and then blew up the thing with a bomb, why would they move the, They failed to explain why Mr. Starbuck would bother bringing the body back at all. If the defendant wanted to kill the victim, why didn't you just leave his body in the rocket? Why go through the trouble of bringing him all the way back to the boarding lounge? That's true. I don't think I've heard the prosecution's thoughts on that yet. It's because they have none, Your Honor. After all, how does one explain something so illogical? The prosecution is claiming the defendant moved to the victim's dead body. What if the entire premise of that argument is wrong? Well, let's hear your theory, Mr. Justice. The defense proposes that the defendant didn't kill the victim. He was helping him. Fulbright, explain it for our sad friend here before I nod off to this monotone monologue. Inform him exactly why Spaceboy moved the victim. Gotta be joking. It's simple. Mr. Starbuck did what he did to direct his suspicion away from himself. He wanted to create the impression he heroically risked his life to save his partner. That's why he's made sure to make it to the security camera so there'd be a record. At the very least, he appears to have achieved success with you and the old man. One man carrying the other to safety? What a beautiful expression of friendship. The average person wearing a spacesuit weighs easily over 200 pounds. Saving the life of a partner who weighs as much while trying to escape deadly flames? What a dramatic sub-story fit for the silver screen. Indeed, I was completely taken in by the humanity of the story. You see, yet the true ending is that all traces of his hammy act were meant to be blown up. Yes, and now we arrive at the thrilling conclusion. The third explosion. Wait, there were 3 explosions? What are you talking about? There was no third explosion.
Silence.
Indeed, you are correct. That is thanks to Detective Arm. It was she who identified and secured the bomb. However, it doesn't change the fact that the third bomb was discovered in the lounge. The steel coffin besides the witness stand, that would be a bomb transport case. We used that to transport the deactivated bomb here. It was found in the lounge. A bomb in the form of a most distasteful toy. It's the same toy with the bomb as the first case. I'm seeing some similarities here. These cases tie together in some way, but I'm not sure how. One on the second floor of the main building, one on the launch pad, and one in the lounge. The defendant planned to set off 3 firework displays. Unfortunately, the third was discovered and could be detonated, for it had not. The victim's body and other vital evidence would surely have been immolated.
Objection!
Before you utter a word, know that the defense supports me. It's like he's reading my mind. As it is still undergoing forensic investigation, I do not have the evidence on hand. However, know that a peculiar item was found in one of Mr. Starbuck's pockets. Specifically, a bomb detonation switch. Okay, which also is the same it's the same remote switch that we saw in the first case that we were saying. What does this have? Why did this not have any relevancy to the case originally? So that's also coming up now too. So maybe it's relevant to this case, but then why would it have been submitted to the court record as evidence if and then we didn't end up using it? Thank you again for the raid, Cupid. Oh, Cupid. Savannah, thank you for again for. I was getting people confused. Thank you again for the second raid. Got confused then. Sorry about that. There's that Pikachu twerking. You're not gonna get banned for that in my stream. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. We are still in case 4. And we are currently trying to. Oh, never mind. Elle's here with the raid too. Hang on 1 second. Let me get this right. Not to be outdone, Elle with the raid too. Thank you for the raid. 2 raids in a row. Oh, am I timed out? Oh, that's fine. Never mind. I didn't type in the shout out command. Not to be outdone, Elle with the raid too. Welcome in, everyone. Shout out real quick too. Hopefully World War Z was very good. Hope you enjoyed playing that. I enjoy watching everyone play that too. Yeah, we just are start of trial 4, and we're starting to see some. We're so tired, yeah. You stream quite a lot, but again, if that's what works for you, then that's what works. But I hope the games were really good too. tired from all the carrying that you had to do, I'm sure. W streamer, but L teammate. Oh, he didn't carry? Okay, no, that's fine. We'll accept that. It's Hey, if I didn't see it, then it didn't happen, right? So, I mean, you have to understand, L streams for like ridiculous amount of hours. So that's why. Yeah, I didn't see. As long as I don't see it, it doesn't count. So, as far as I'm concerned, it's like, yeah, it's all love in this stream. Oh no, you're perfectly calm. You're definitely not wanting to, reach through the screen right now and, strangle us. You're definitely not feeling that way. It's okay, we understand. He wanted to do that, but he just can't. Like, again, like, he knows that he can't do that with me. Like, he knows that he can't do that with me. I'm a biter, not a fighter. If he tries to reach through that screen, I'm biting that hand. I'm not dealing with any of that. He threw so he could get off. I don't believe it. I don't believe that. Al is on point with his streams. He's on point. He's not. He doesn't throw games. Oh no, I'm not acting like a Zeke. No zombies in Australia, like, zombies can't swim. Zombies can't swim, so I don't have to worry about it. Yeah, with the amount of hours that you put into streaming, I don't blame you for being tired. There's only so much that your back can hold out, and legs, like, you have to carry quite a lot. So that's completely understandable. You can only carry so far. Suspect the defendant had no time to destroy some damning evidence. Hey, I didn't say which person was carrying. You were both carrying. It's just like Serrata was carrying the bags and Elle was carrying everything else. Someone needs to carry the bags for the band, you know. So he thought to hide it in his pocket. He wants to punch the wall right now. I mean, I don't blame him, but like, again, this is I'm not trying to be mean. I mean, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not just unfollowed, unfriended, unsubscribed. I'm not trying to be mean, but yeah. I mean, again, if I was playing games with you, I would definitely like I would need to be carried. I'm not great with those. You're done streaming. You're not doing it anymore. Well, those 2 years for nothing. Like you're done. You've done everything. Now you're not done gaming. You've got to get onto that. You've got to get back to playing as Chris. Punch a bottle like Chris, it might make you feel a bit better. Stuff I would never do anything like that. Retired? Nah, you ain't retired. Oh, are you gonna write a, yeah, he's having a real hissy fit right now. He's gonna go and write a Taylor Swift love song about how Twitch chat broke his heart. He's gonna come out with a you know, gonna come out with a bunch of Gonna come out with a love song. Hey, it can't be any worse than the music that you were playing in the stream earlier. Justice, don't open your eyes and see the truth. This appears to be irrefutable evidence that the accused set off the explosions. Yeah, you should make a diss track. There you go. That's how you can get famous on Twitch. Make a diss track about being trolled around by us. There you go. Then we can do like a response. We can do back and forth responses. Thank you very much for the follow, Beat Monster. Still can't accept it. You believe in your client. Come what may. Just do that. Just think like Sponge. You like SpongeBob. Just explain like you know, just admit it. Just like that SpongeBob episode. I'm ugly and I'm proud. Just you know, you just have to admit to yourself that that you're being carried, and then you'll be okay. It'll make everything feel better. It's got to be a trap. You'll be okay. You'll recover. It's like Black was controlling the entire game. Yeah, it seemed like he was waiting for me to bring up the body moving issue. This is the 12 steps program here. We are Counselor L is here to you know, help you through the difficult time. We're all here for you. Just make sure to pay us in bits on the way out. Seems like he was waiting for me to bring up the body moving issue. Why do you say that? Because he had just the right argument when I pointed it out. So really, Robert, he had a decisive piece of evidence up his sleeve too. He's trying to shake my faith in Mr. Starbuck and break me down. Making you cross-examine Mr. Starbuck at this point was part of his plan too. Totally underhanded, but I wouldn't expect anything less from him. Now let us hear from the arch-villain, the fiendish murderer himself. Famed astronaut Solomon Starbuck. But yeah, jokes aside, thank you both for the raids and the continued support, where, I'm at about, like, well, my average went to, like, 2.49, so, we'll see how this stream goes, but we're getting there. I'm getting my hours back up again, so I think I just need, like, that final push and we'll get there. Oh, by the way, Al, I like your emotes. Your emotes are really good. Yeah, have a good sleep. Thank you for stopping by, and thank you for the raids. Witness your name and occupation, please. Solomon Starbuck, astronaut. Being again another time, thank you for that. I will, see if I can do that as well. Probably won't do another. I probably won't be doing another stream today. I usually only. This stream's already long enough as it is, and I'll leave it at that. But yeah, we'll take care of Serrata while you're gone. Rest those legs, and rest those legs on the rest of the back. Mr. Starbuck, you're not looking very well. Will you be able to give testimony? No. Well, unfortunately, no is not an option. We're being accused of the Space Center bombing and the murder of Clay Turner. Please testify to these allegations. I wonder if I take this suit off. It's getting really heavy.
Silence.
It's not the weight of the suit that you feel, but of your sins. Prepare to carry that weight for the rest of your life. Nice. I'm at, we're at 10 viewers, by the way. I just noticed this now. With the raid pushed me to 10. Banished me to the moon. I don't care anymore. Wow, that was super negative. Is it gonna be alright up there? He'll be fine. I think. As long as he doesn't totally give up and say he did, that is. But Sarada, if you're still here, on another note, in my in-chat ways, am I going too hard? Am I like, because I have a hard time, what is it called? I've got a hard time, understanding emotions. And I don't know if I sometimes I don't know if people are mad at me, or if I'm like, or if it's just joking around, but, like, if it ever becomes, like, too much or something like that, then I would like to know, but it's hard to... It's hard to really say, I guess. Alright. Didn't kill him. All I did was support Clay over my shoulder and get us out of the rocket. Cool ways, I took the elevator down to the middle level and headed for the corridor. Clay had passed out by the time we got the order to evacuate. Didn't kill Clay, just trying to save him. So you were certain you didn't set off the bombs or murder the victim? But I bet you think I'm lying, right? Reserve all judgment until after I've heard your full testimony. Sure you don't believe me. But you don't even believe I'm an astronaut. Don't think the judge doubts that. Can you wear a suit like that except as an astronaut? Or except an astronaut, sorry. I will say that when I saw you in that movie, you appeared quite courageous, though I suppose reality never quite lives up to fantasy. Guess I'm just a big disappointment. Really don't care what happens anymore. No, it's completely given up. Oh, you got I just realized you got Bork Soup's emotes as well. I guess you would have been watching him from you were watching him from the Resi speedruns and stuff. Yeah, I just noticed that now. Yeah, I've watched his streams before. He's really good. What a depressing fellow. If you would have joined me in the clink. Oh, you got gifted a sub there. That's nice. Someone, you weren't here before. Yeah, he has a lot of he has a lot of viewers. Someone came in earlier actually. They were playing Resi. They're going through. Yeah, he raised it into his streams. They were going through. They're going through all the Resi games from release order. They're up to Code Veronica actually. They just reached Code Veronica. I imagine that annoying sighing of yours would rub off on the other inmates. Okay, rubbed off on Prosecutor Blackwell a second ago. Yeah, I know who he is because I've seen his streams and I've seen some of the speedrun stuff. So I do like watching speedruns. Plus, if you didn't know, in OBS, if you highlight over an emote, you can actually see who the channel that it comes from is, but I recognized it from the actual avatar. So in OBS, if you ever want to find out whose emotes are what, you can actually highlight over them in your chat in OBS. Yeah, it's pretty helpful actually, because then it helps out the. Sometimes it'll tell you like for this one, it tells you the emote name and then which channel. Sometimes it'll even tell you who the artist is, so it gives you an idea if you actually made it, which is pretty cool. Question is, what does it mean? Even if Mr. Starbuck is my client, can't be gun shy now. It's time to find out the truth. Yeah. It is pretty handy that they do that. Okay. See you, I guess, see you, next stream. Whether it's, mine or yours, I guess. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you for the raids and, the support. Have a good, night. You sound better than what you were yesterday. You said that you weren't feeling well, so I hope that you are, you're feeling, better now.
Hold it!
So what you're saying is the victim was still alive at that time. Of course, he was alive and well.
Silence.
If so, then you admit you took a man who was alive and well. And silenced him permanently with this. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, sometimes it's better to just have that have it come out than stay in, so... Bro's head build is crazy. I mean, yeah, he's an astronaut. Also, he looks like he's painted. He looks like a paintbrush. But yes, these characters all have wacky haircuts, wacky faces, wacky everything. Blackout confirmed, dead ahead. It's not good, Captain. Getting sucked in.
Objection!
Mr. Starbuck, you are not in space. Please give me your testimony, seriously. It was just nerves. Maybe I should have said he was alive and well. It's more like he was slumped over. Those are complete opposite ends of the spectrum. But you missed it earlier. I'm not sure if you're a fan of the Metal Gear Solid games, Savada, but one of the characters was in a cardboard box. Like, no joke, they had peepholes for where their eyes should be, and they even made a reference to Metal Gear Solid. They said, oh, tactical espionage action. They actually made a straight-up reference to it. And of course, like, the whole snake hiding in cardboard boxes.
Hold it!
Alright. Have a good night. Enjoy your rest. No, okay, so, how do I put this? The Ace Attorney games, they started out as 2D. They started out as 2D, because they were on, I believe they actually started on the Game Boy Advance, I think. This game in particular is, the 3DS. So, but this is the PS4 version that they did, so, yeah, the first, this game and the next game are 3D, because they were on the 3DS, and then they were ported later onto, everywhere else, so, the first 4 or so games were, first 4 games were 2D, and then once they came on the 3DS, then they became 3D models. So, that's right, we always used to get it to and from the car. Yeah, the 3D ones are very good. That makes sense, so he was just using the route you always had used. In spite of the fact that there had just been an explosion. Oh, you probably like the 3DS because of, Revelations, wasn't it? Because were they 3DS games? The Revelations? I've still got 2 DSs. I've still got 2 DSs, a 3DS, and the 2D 3DS. The one that allows you to yeah, I've got 4 of those. I've got so many consoles. So many of the portable ones. Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance, 2 Nintendo DSs, 2 Nintendo 3DSs, 2 PSPs. Yeah, I have no idea what... I've never heard of those games. Deadly Silence and 3D Merc. I've heard of... I know of the Mercenaries mode, but I've not heard of those. Yeah. I know of the Mercenaries mode, but mainly from the newer games, including it. Like, I'm out of touch with the Resident Evil games. I started with the remakes, and I kind of just went from there. So I'm like I need you to teach me the ways of the RE expert here. Sarada's the Resident Evil expert. I think Mr. Starbuck is hiding something. Something pretty big. I guess so. I mean, I'm waiting for Zero to come out. Once Zero and Code Veronica come out, I'll definitely pick those up if they're third person. Still got I've still got good old RE Rev 2 to play, which is one of the games that I will be streaming soon. Well, the thing is that like the 3DS is still very limited when it comes to actual graphics. Like the 3D feature in itself is already a gimmick, so adding more stuff would probably make the game too hard to do, I guess. Passed out? Why was he passed out? Probably because of the explosion. The noise and vibrations were incredible. Imagine the whole time they were working the 4DS. I mean... I'm surprised Nintendo hasn't tried... I'm surprised that Nintendo haven't tried their own headset yet. But I think the main reason why is they want they like to focus on portable consoles. Like, what would be cool is if they wanted to do that, they could just, technically the Switch is a home console and a portable console, so... what they could do is they could have something where you could do a VR attachment via a cable to the Switch dock or something, but I don't think they would. Just because, Nintendo are very much portable based. It's too much work, honestly. Like, the graphic limitations alone on the Switch are already... you know, going to affect proper, like, VR. I think keeping it to, like, consoles and bigger companies is... I'm not a big fan of VR, to be honest. I don't really, I've never really liked it. It's felt like too much of a gimmick and also way too expensive. PSVR 2 costs more money than, a PS5. And you have to have a PS5 to use the PSVR 2. So, it's like, what's the point? Next Nintendo portable projector? I mean, the next one's gonna be the Switch 2. Because of the explosion, the noise and vibration were incredible. It's a little wonder a person could pass out, right? I guess. Not that I'd know. By space debris. Also consider how many peripherals Nintendo have made. Like all the extras that like only work for one game. Oh, here's like the balance board. Here's you know, the golf club and you know, the camera that you could attach to your Game Boy on the OG Game Boy. The typewriter thingy that they had, the power glove, you know, they have so many different peripherals, I don't think they need any more. Someone could make one of those hardware boards where all the tools get put in with the outlines. They could do one of those for Nintendo stuff. Yeah, I got 2 raids, or actually technically I got 3 raids today, And then I've had just a lot of lingering views. So this should really help out a lot. You never had a Game Boy? That's yeah. I never had an original Game Boy. I always had the Game Boy Color and the Advance. Yeah, I completely understand that. Hey, if you happen to be streaming when I'm when I'm finishing, I can always give you the raid, because you're pretty close to getting your affiliate goal too. So I mean, hey, if we can help out each other, we can everyone can get there. It's only a matter of time. Guess it does make sense that someone will pass out. Especially the person in question is Mr. Starbuck. I guess I'm lucky in the sense with my stuff with the Game Boy is like my I have a younger sister, so if I had a Game Boy, she had a Game Boy Advance. If I had a Nintendo DS, she had a Nintendo 3DS, or a PSP, for example. So I guess I kind of have a double the consoles because of that reason. But they still work is the amazing thing. I could probably grab my Game Boy right now and turn it on, and it will probably still work. Anyway. Yeah, PSP is great. I didn't play the Vita, because the Vita didn't get very well supported, but PSP is great. So many good games on the PSP. Don't worry, I understand. Make sure everything turns out alright. Everything's glaring at me like I did it. Holly, you have to reassure him better than that. How am I supposed to do that? Try to imagine how he's feeling, and use that to figure out how to boost his confidence. Mr. Starbuck, think back to what Clay used to always say. It's times like these when he would repeat, "I'm fine to myself." I'm fine. Yeah, I guess he did say that a lot. The one issue with the PSP, though, is the battery. So, with the I have two PSPs. The original one from when it first came out, and, because I got it day one, and a newer version. The original PSP, had a problem where if you overcharged the battery, it would expand. The battery, if I pulled out my PSP, wherever it was, but, it would, it actually expanded and eventually stopped working. So you had to be very careful with making sure you didn't under or overcharge it. If you undercharged it, it wouldn't turn on. If you overcharged it, it would expand the battery. So it was kind of bad in that regard. If I shouted, Clay would still be dead. What's the use? Somebody please reassure me now. You feel like you got left in the past. Why? Did you just not have any of them, or cause the beauty with all of these products is you don't need them right now. If you ever want to play them, there are perfectly good PSP, Game Boy, and DS emulators out there that you could easily just go back and play all of those. They're really accessible. It's not like a console, for example, but honestly, if I stopped buying games now, I could easily go back to older games and just play those. But the problem is how would you do that via streaming? Because capture cards don't really work the same way. Something strange about Mr. Starbuck's testimony. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. It's a glaring contradiction. Oh, you want to revamp and revisit them? That makes sense. I can understand that. But I think what is really fun is that if you do have a game that they're wanting to revamp or revisit, and you've played the original before, it gets you even more excited to play the new game. Like, look at Final Fantasy VII, for example. Tons of people played Final Fantasy VII on the PS1, and then so when the remake was announced, everyone was super hyped and super excited to see what was going on. Well, it doesn't look like he's lying, at least. Because the chances are, like, you've got to also remember, some companies don't exist anymore. So the chances of them getting updated versions is going to be less likely. But hey, when we do get them, they're pretty big and pretty popular. Alright, so let's show some evidence. Plus, when you play an original of a game, you have something to compare to, and say, hey, I like this more than this, but I didn't like this more than that, so... I think that's also really,
Objection!
a really cool thing to do. Starbuck, I need your testimony to be as accurate as possible. Is it not being accurate? No, because it's impossible for you to have taken the elevator down to the middle level. What makes you say that, Mr. Justice? It's all good. I enjoy talking to my chat, because, it's not all the time that I get, like, tons of viewers. So when there are a couple of people wanting to talk and stuff, I'm more than willing to, like, talk. It's like, it is hard with this game in particular, because it's all text. But I always try to make time with my, chat when they are, thing, but... Also recall that after the explosion, the middle level elevator was engulfed in flames. You're right, which means... Exactly. The launch pad's elevator would have been unusable, in other words. Mr. Starbuck, your statement is decidedly inconsistent with the facts. Plus, chat gives me a break from the voices as well, so I can talk normally for once, but, you know, I'll always pride my viewers, lurkers, followers, anyone who, again, I've already said this in the past, when I get to the affiliate, my first stream will probably be a giant, like, thank you stream for everyone, to come in and just, chat and do stuff. And also probably like a breakdown of like, hey, what can I try and do for the future? That's important to me. I want to, and also giving back to the people that have helped. How do you become affiliate? Okay, so you need 50 followers. You need to stream for at least 7 days for a total of 8 hours, and have an average of 3 viewers. So right now I have all the requirements except for the average viewers, which my average is at 2.49, but after today's stream, considering I'm sitting at 9 at the moment, if I keep this 9 for the next 2 hours or so, I'm going to it'll exponentially increase the average. What's with the helmet? Mr. Command! Mr. Command! Do you read me? Come on, please!
Objection!
This is Mission Command. I order you to pay attention. Stop this nonsense and answer my questions, Mr. Starbuck. My helmet! My oxygen tank! Oxygen concentration and body temperature declining! Requesting medical assistance! Ah! This character is just okay. So this character's afraid of space, but he's an astronaut. So yeah, we're getting close. It's September is when I started, early September. I don't know the date that I started streaming, my first stream, but it's sometime in this week. So if I could reach that affiliate goal within the week, that would be really cool, because that would be like my 2-year anniversary, well, 2 years of streaming, and we hit the goal. Mr. Starbuck, we're not in space right now. Please stop pretending you have lost consciousness and stand back up. So it's just one of those things where I just definitely want to, you know, if I reach it, fine. If I don't reach it, then we keep pushing, and we'll just say, hey, it's my, anniversary month, instead of the anniversary day or something like this, so... if we aren't pushing for that, then we, you know, what are we doing? I feel like we all just got a real glimpse of Solomon Starbuck, the astronaut. Yeah, he seemed more like an astronaut now than when he was doing all that sewing. Mr. Starbuck, could you please explain the inconsistency in your statement? About how you used the middle level elevator. But the whole stream that I do want to do after the affiliate is more so like I need to get a grasp of everything that I can do in affiliate. So it's going to be kind of like a thank you stream along with a thank you stream along with like, hey, this is everything that I can do now. And people submitting ideas about like, hey, what can we do to what would people like to see me try and do? You trying to grind yourself? Oh, I see what you're doing. So yeah, the average viewers is the hardest part. I can already tell you that now. Most streamers will tell you this. This is the hardest. This is the hardest requirement. The hardest requirement is always the average viewers. I can't give a ton of advice about that outside of you know, just hard work. Be consistent with your content. Network with as many streamers as possible. You know, interact with people in their streams. They'll start to notice that you're around a lot, and then they will also, like, if you happen to have a game that they like, they might come by your stream. You do need a little bit of luck. I will not say that otherwise. You do need luck. It also depends on what type of games you're playing. If you play a lot of multiplayer games, try and find some other streamers that might be playing that, might be looking to play that with you. If you play single-player games, maybe there's someone who's at a part that's before where you were, and you want to raid them, or you want to do something like that. You know, but most importantly, do what you want to do. Don't feel pressured to play a certain thing or do a certain type of content. Do what you want to do, and the viewers will come naturally. It doesn't matter if it takes 2 weeks, 2 months, or 2 years. You will eventually make it. I do a lot of variety streams and single-player games. It's not for everybody, this game. It's not for everything that I do for everything else. So, it's just how it is. You just build up your repertoire from there. Not enough raids. Yeah, this is the 4th raid today. Thank you, Beat Monster, for the raid. Let me give you a shout out real quick. Can never have enough raids. Let me give you a shout out real quick. Thank you for that. What were you playing? Oh, you're playing Call of Duty Warzone. How was Warzone today? Did you win a lot? Welcome in Raiders, welcome in. We are in the 4th case of the game. I do a lot of platinum playthroughs, which is what we're doing today. We're also doing, I do speedrun stuff. Oh, you were playing the, oh, is that what it was? That's weird. It comes up as the Warzone. I guess it's the, how was the beta? Did you avoid all the cheaters? I've been hearing there's been a lot of cheaters recently. I hope that you enjoyed yourself. I'm really looking forward to the game, but I love the campaign changes as well that they've been doing. And the full rotation and stuff with the body. But yeah, welcome in everybody. We're actually doing well, the start of the trial. Yeah, it's a big stream tonight. I got, this is my, actually my 4th raid of the day, so, my 4th raid in the last 2 hours, so, thank you for that. And, thank you for the follow earlier, too. We're, pushing for that affiliate at the moment, and this is definitely gonna help. Different route. Hope you're able to deliver a straight story this time. Zombies I don't think is available in the beta. I think it's only the multiplayer, as far as I know. Yeah, I'm still not affiliated yet. I'm getting there though. Like, I'm close to 200 followers, and I'm my average is like 2.5, so I'm not that far off, to be honest. Yeah, they're only doing multiplayer for the beta. Zombies is its own separate thing. I don't think they're going to reveal that until... I don't think you'll be able to play that until the game comes out. Which is, what, next month? I'm excited most for the campaign. The campaign looks really good. The campaign looks like it's really, really good. The Omni move, it's weird. Yeah, that's probably got to be, it's going to take some getting used to, I think. It's understandable to be nervous, but let me remind you, your accuracy is paramount in court. Yeah, it's going to take a lot of getting used to, but wait till all the reels come out, the highlight reels with everyone doing trick shots with those. That's gonna... You love this game too? Yeah, I haven't... This is my first time playing this. Oh, Space Marines 2? Is that the Warhammer game? That's the Warhammer game, right? The I'm not sure what type of gameplay that is. It's Borderlands 4. I haven't played any of the Borderlands games. What am I excited for? To be honest, I don't think I'm excited really much for anything because a lot of the stuff is coming out on PS5 exclusively, so I don't have that. Fable 4. I never got into Fable. I have seen it, but escape route. Yeah, Fable 4 is coming out. Yes, it's absolutely out. There's it's coming out. It absolutely is. There's been trailers for it. No, I'm not lying. It's out. There's proper trailers in that for it. It's definitely coming out. It's definitely coming out. Fable 4 is coming out. I think it's next year, I believe, or it might not have a release date. But there's been trailers for a while now. Remember now, took a different route. Maybe, probably. Capsule and clay in my hands, made my way down from the upper level. Yeah, Fable 4 is definitely coming out. I'm positive. I'm positive that it's out. So you're saying you escaped without using the elevator? That's right. It's a ladder that spans the upper and middle levels. Use that ladder to get to the middle level. Luckily, the fire hadn't reached the ladder, so we could make our escape that way. The capture you mentioned, I suppose you mean this thing next to the thing. Yeah. I permit links, so if you want to post a link to the trailer, you're more than free to do so. It should actually exist. Like if you want to post, you can post a link. You can post links. I haven't banned that, so you should be able to post a link to a trailer to the thing if you want to show that off. If you don't believe us, but it's definitely out, or it's definitely coming out, I should say. Just take a quick gander on YouTube or something for it, and you'll find it. It's the capsule that... Fable was the first franchise... Oh, okay, that makes sense. I mean, so you were a... Were you a Xbox gamer? Like, did you start with the original Xbox? Because a lot of people probably got hooked on Fable and then games because of that. Almost goes without saying, but yeah, capsule contains asteroid samples. Therefore, it's invaluable as research material. Yeah, that definitely makes sense with the if that's the case. So Fable was your like main franchise. You're like, this is why I game, sort of thing. Yeah. So yeah, we're definitely not lying to you. Like there is actual. If you go onto YouTube and type in Fable 4, you will see trailers. They look very good. It is a thing. It is actually happening. The spacesuit on. Clay weighed a ton, but securing the capsule was also important. Need you to answer to the best of your ability. Starbuck, please remember that your verdict is writing on your testimony. Gears of War. I never played the Gears of War games. I've seen them. But yeah, you probably got hooked into a lot of the exclusive franchises. So Halo, Gears of War, Fable. I had an Xbox on day one as well. I've still got that, actually. I've still got that. Maybe I am guilty after all. Wonder if you can see the stars in prison. Bet it's more comfortable than a spaceship. Alright. So we are going to cross-examine you. Of course, we press these statements first. The way they ended it was trash. There's a new one. Isn't there a new one coming out? I believe there's a new Gears of War game coming out right now. That's also a new one. I'm pretty certain there's a new Gears of War game coming out as well. It was at one of the conferences. I think there's another one. So the story's not over yet. Yeah, I think so. Let me check. I'm pretty certain I saw a... Let me check. Yeah, there is. There's a new game coming out called Gears of War E-Day. Yeah. There you go. They're bringing a new one out. It's set, yeah. No release date yet, but it is coming out. It's set 14 years after the original, so that is coming out. And then Fable is... Let me check this real quick. Never mind, it's not Fable 4. It looks like it's a reboot. I lied. It's not Fable 4, it's a Fable, remake. It's saying that it's a reboot. So technically not a Fable 4, but it's a new, there is a new Fable game that is coming out next year. So, yeah, I got that wrong. So Fable, like a Fable reboot, which means it's thing, and then also a new Gears of War. We're definitely going to get both of those. So, nice to see that I actually was able to make your day with that.
Hold it!
Extra mistakes is a basic fact. Everybody makes mistakes, but try thinking about the vastness of space instead. From Earth, it takes 4 light years to travel to the nearest neighboring star. But in terms of me streaming Gears of War one day, I don't think I can do that, because I don't have... The first Gears of War game was on the 360, wasn't it? Because I only have the original Xbox. I don't have any of the others. I'm not an... I sold my Xbox 360 ages ago. I didn't like the games. What games do you like that have a remake or new game coming out? I have a games list. I have a games list that I have for a bunch of stuff that's coming out. I can't remember them all off the top of my head, but I do have a games list that has all the games that are upcoming that I'll be buying. Off the top of my head, they're making, they're bringing the next one of these to the States. I'm looking forward to, the link is in there. I'm looking forward to a, new Resident Evil game, the next Final Fantasy Rebirth game, what else are they remaking? Can't remember off the top of my head. The issue is that a lot of the stuff is coming out to next gen, so I don't have a PS5, so I can't stream those. How did I set up what the command to link the games list? Is that what you're talking about? So you see, compared to the vast expanse of space, human error is insignificant. Oh, okay, so if you want to do the commands, you need to download a program, you need to start up a program called Nightbot. You can type in, just type in Nightbot on Google, and it will show you the, you'll get a link. Basically what you do is you connect Nightbot to your Twitch account, and then you can start adding your own commands. So there should be a link to be able to do that, and then the list itself, I just used Google Drive and made an Excel spreadsheet in Google Drive and just made it on there. So it's as simple as an Excel document and setting up Nightbot. So when you type in exclamation mark something, you know, like when you, in a word that you've put in, it will make a link for you, and you just program it from there. Plus, Nightbot acts as a moderator as well, so if you're looking for that. But it's just look up Nightbot. That's what the actual bot is called, and you can connect it directly to your Twitch account. And basically, anyone can use these links with the exclamation mark. You make them yourself, but if you're ever looking to try and make something, you can actually. There's ways to. There's people that have a lot of tutorials and stuff for those. It's definitely very helpful. Enough jabbering. Get on me the testimony. Yeah, there's a lot still to learn, but once you've learned it, you're like, oh, why didn't I use this sooner? Sort of thing. So it's a good thing to use. It's a good thing for your social links. Good thing for you know, easy to access stuff. That's why I do it. Maybe, probably. Did I hear you right, Mr. Starbuck? We'll have to start from somewhere, though. Just keep that in mind. Like, I've been streaming for 2 years, so, and I didn't start doing stuff with Nightbot for a good amount of time. Because I just wasn't realizing how useful it was until I didn't say either of those things. Mission Control, come in, please. Errors occurred in the sound system. Activate the emergency tin can telephone. Oh no! Tin can telephones are ineffective in the vacuum of space.
Silence.
Stop this nonsense, or I will sever you in your tin can telephone. Alright, I'm begging you. I'll tell you the truth. Just don't sever anything. Paul, is it gonna be alright? I'm starting to think he's not. Let's see. So how about when we were running away? But if you ever need help with anything, like, never be afraid to ask.
Hold it.
Even if you're just in someone's stream and you see someone use something that you've never seen before, just like, you know, ask, hey, how do you do this? Or, you know, some people will be willing to help you out with that. Because, for me, some of the stuff was definitely hard to set up and, figure out, but that's right, that's what I said, isn't it? Granted, that route doesn't exist. So to recap, you had clay over your right shoulder and the capsule in your left hand. Yeah, it's really important, so I couldn't let it get burned up. So even though clay was really heavy, couldn't afford to carry it with both hands. Did the best I could with him over one shoulder and the capsule in the other hand. I don't think the meaning of what he just said has hit him yet. You know what you have to do with that statement. Justice Dono? Yes, I know. Well, I've come this far, no turning back now. It's time to present some evidence. So Mr. Starbuck is safe with clay in the capsule, which means, just like in the footage, I can see why he couldn't run though. Must have weighed over 200 pounds just by himself. Yeah, and he had to support clay, it was another 200 pounds. The two things I've seen that I don't know how, the Nightbot, which you explain, oh, you're streaming off of PS4, yes, so that makes it a bit more complicated. You can still set up Nightbot to work, without needing to do that, because Nightbot is internet-based, so, once you've connected Nightbot to the Twitch account, you make the commands on the internet side of Nightbot, and then they will automatically be added to your chat stream. So you don't have to do any other work, and everybody else can type in those commands, and you will see the commands working or not working if you're viewing it elsewhere. But PokeCatch, I'm not entirely sure how to set that up. I think it's a Twitch extension, so what you need to do for that is if you have access to a computer, you might be able to set that up via your Twitch page. I'm not entirely sure how to do that because I haven't got PokeCatch on my stream, but there are several users that I do know that have PokeCatch. So if you can't figure it out, I can probably ask some of them how they were able to do it. I'm not entirely sure how to do it myself. I just know that it's a extension, a Twitch extension, and you can search up Twitch extensions on when you're looking at your Twitch page on a desktop or a laptop. I'm not sure if you can set it up via a phone or a tablet, just because it might be too complicated, but I don't actually know. I don't think I could have walked under I could have even walked under those circumstances. Walking straight forward is probably about all I would have been able to manage. Alright, now we have to present some evidence here. Only 3 things, so let's do this. We'll present these. The caps unclare my arms on my way down from the upper level. He's saying that he was... So this is probably the correct answer because of the... But you can't have done that because of the bomb, so... Because I'm doing a lot of this stuff with my PC, that's the issue. I think when it comes to Twitch extensions, I can't be entirely sure if you can do it via mobile, but if you do have access to a computer, it will be much easier to do it like that. But I'm not an expert when it comes to those, but I know how Twitch extensions kind of work, I guess, but...
Objection!
That might be a question for somebody else, but I might, I have several people that have PokeCatch in their streams, so I can always just ask them. When I see them next, or, the truth? Or there might be tutorials on how to set up PokeCatch as well. Let's see. The Earth is blue? Oh, no, that's not right. So, I guess the Earth isn't blue. Yeah, that's it. The truth, Mr. Starbuck. It's okay to ask questions, I'm perfectly fine with that. How do I advertise myself? Okay, so when it comes to that, let me get over this for a second. The oxygen concentrate super low in this area. Where are the emergency oxygen tanks? Okay. Now that we're not hearing that hissing sound, how do I advertise myself? So I have, my main goal right now is focusing on Twitch, so... I stream on Twitch, I upload all of my past VODs to YouTube so that if anyone misses them, because if you're not affiliated, your videos are permanently deleted after 7 days, so I upload them to YouTube within the 24 hours. I have Twitter for posting my links up, I have several Discord servers that I'm a part of where I post my link in there to get some things there. In terms of making the videos, I just upload these streams as raw, by downloading them raw and uploading them to YouTube. You can also export them straight to YouTube as well, I believe. Clips I haven't really dabbled into yet, but I believe users can make clips. If someone's watching you and you're streaming, they can make clips as well as you. I'm not entirely sure how to make clips. I think you need to do something via Twitch. But there are a few ways to get started if you're only recently starting. Set up your social media link where you can. Do I edit videos before posting on YouTube? No, I upload these exactly as they are. The only time I've ever had to edit is if I've had copyright strikes on YouTube, and I've then had to edit those in another program, which I own, but outside of that, you can usually just straight up export straight from Twitch to YouTube, or you can actually download the file and then you can download the file and then upload it yourself. But you can still, if you download the video, that means you can edit it. If you export it, you can edit it later as well. Mr. Justice, the witness appears confused. Please help draw out the truth from him. Mr. Starbuck, under the circumstances at the time, couldn't possibly have reached the boarding lounge via the upper level route. How does the copyright system work on Twitch? Okay, so, on Twitch, I've only been flagged down a couple of times. Usually if you do something wrong on the Twitch, they usually just mute the VOD, for that particular section. It's much less harsh than it is on YouTube. On YouTube, if you upload anything that remotely sounds like copyrighted music, you're probably going to get pinged. So the chances that you should probably take there is if you do have copyrighted music, you can have it muted out, but it often just depends on what type of music they're using. Like, if you're going to upload a Taylor Swift song, for example, it's going to probably get flagged down. But if you have it lower volume, or you think you're probably not going to get picked up on Twitch, but you'll probably still get picked up on YouTube. Oftentimes for Twitch, it's usually just the volume. Like, I've done reaction videos with music that I hadn't heard of before, and that was fine, because Twitch didn't seem to really care. But on YouTube, they did care. So I think for Twitch, it's mostly just volume-based. The bot isn't as good as it is on YouTube. With YouTube, you're looking at... I don't have much help there with YouTube. It's just, I try to avoid playing copyrighted music, so that doesn't really affect me, but there are probably better ways to get away with it that I'm not familiar with. Not as long as this is along the escape route. Why doesn't Starbucks escape route add up? It doesn't add up because of this. Because of him talking about how do we get them down the ladder without the thing.
Take that!
To get down from the upper to the middle level where the Launchpad 1 corridor is, you would have to go down the ladder. Isn't that right, Mr. Starbuck? But yeah, I'm not sure how Twitch's thing seems to be less, it's picked up stuff for me, but it has muted, so I'm not sure how you get a copyright strike. So you'd have to edit the video before posting to YouTube. Not necessarily. You could edit it yourself. However, what I do is I upload the video to YouTube, and YouTube has handy functions that allow you to make different types of editing. So one of the good ways to edit is actually, there's a thing in beta right now for YouTube where it will attempt to remove the song as best as it can while maintaining all the other audio. And it also gives you the option to immediately mute that part if you don't necessarily want that. So you do have options on YouTube. And also you upload on YouTube, before you post up on YouTube, it will let you know once it's finished processing and checking. Does this have a particular thing? Like, does this have a particular copyright on it? Does it have, does it allow you to upload on YouTube without any problems? So typically, you're able to get away with it. In the off chance where you can't mute for yourself, you might have to just completely mute that section. But there is, they are trying to find ways to figure all of that out. Of course, that was the only way we could escape.
Objection!
Have I streamed on YouTube and how I compare to Twitch? I have not streamed on YouTube. I didn't want to do dual streaming just because of the, I only have the one monitor, and I don't know how dual streaming works if I can do that with the one monitor, so I just stream strictly to Twitch. Plus the requirements to get monetized on YouTube are much harder than on Twitch, I believe, so I kind of just decided, hey, I'm gonna stick to doing Twitch streaming, and then, and also my audience isn't as large on YouTube, so I'll just, I can't say I can comment on that. The time you were supporting Mr. Terran over your shoulder, were you not? Remember, he was in full space gear as well, putting him at over 200 pounds. Well, it's easy on the moon. Gravity is only 1/6 of what it is on Earth.
Objection!
So it's a matter of preference, really. I can't say that there's any good or bad way to think. YouTube has more viewership, but also more competition. Twitch has easier requirements, but you're probably not going to, there might, I can't really comment. I don't really think I should comment on giving false information if I don't actually know. I can't really compare them both. Short of being an octopus, climbing a ladder with an adult male in space gear in one arm, while carrying the capsule in your other hand is impossible, wouldn't you say? What happened to Apollo's eye? So in one of the, in the first case, was the first case? No, we don't know what happened to his eye. I don't think we got told what happened to his eye. He's had it, since the, game started. We don't know what happened to his eye, I don't think. I think they explained, they explained in the first case, I think. I think what happened was, when, in the first case, there was a bombing at the courthouse, and Apollo, I think, helped someone, he might have injured himself, so I think that's what happened. I think that's how they explained it, I don't recall. So, Mr. Starbuck, how exactly did you climb down that ladder with your arms full? Mr. Starbuck, come clean and tell us the truth now. Engineer, where's that engineer? Oxygen leak detected. Faulty maintenance. Evacuate immediately. What? He's flying the coop. Ah! Help! Caught in the ceiling. Help! Anyone? I just like that he let out a parachute in the middle of the courtroom. This character is Starbuck has to be one of my favorite characters in this entire game. I have not played this game before. This character is great. I love this character. Prepare the cherry picker. We must launch our rescue. I can't even maintain my. I have to take a break. Boiler, prepare the cherry picker. We must launch our rescue mission at once. I can't even keep a straight face and do the other people's lines. Well, that's one way to take off while being questioned. I'd rather prove his innocence so I can go to space again someday for real. Now then, Mr. Starbuck, do you think you can keep your feet planted on the ground? Yes, I apologize for losing control. You ready to tell us the truth? Oh, not that. Anything but that. What is going on? This isn't the Mr. Starbuck I know. It appears Space Boy is prone to deception. Witness? Yikes! Yes? perhaps the inconsistencies can be explained as the result of a medical side effect. Prosecutor Blackwell, please! Please don't talk about that! What are you talking about, Prosecutor Blackwell? Didn't I already state that Space Boy is ironically terrified of going to space? That's why he took some precautions just before the launch. For you see, traces of the anti-anxiety drug were found in his system. Since things are about to nosedive. Got it all wrong. Told him during the investigation, too. Don't know anything about any drugs. Never took any medication, I swear. It's found in his system, but he doesn't remember taking it. How could that be? Somebody must have slipped them to me. But I guess maybe that's why I don't remember. Because of the side effects. Yeah, that's why I don't remember much about what really happened. Yeah, don't do drugs, kids. This is why you don't do drugs. Otherwise you'll become a otherwise you'll become an astronaut. Order! Order in the court! Can't get any useful testimony of him if he doesn't remember anything. Well, this certainly explains why his testimony kept changing. Why didn't he just tell me he couldn't remember? Guess he didn't want anybody to find out he was terrified of going into space. Maybe I really did do it. Which brings us to the answer of our original question. Of how the witness climbed down the ladder with a dead body. Does? So what is it? A dead man feels no pain and makes no complaints, Justice Dono. So the body was simply dropped down from the top of the ladder. Oh my, I see. And then the defendant could climb down with his free hand.
Objection!
Drop the body down? Who would do such a disrespectful thing? Besides, dropping the body would leave marks on the body itself. So you are capable of quick thinking. Yes, you are correct. Really? Oh, thanks. Yeah, have a good night, spaceman. I was about to say spaceman. Good night. Have a good night, Space Omen. Thank you for stopping by and the conversations and stuff. It's nice to see you again. Have a good rest. Thank you for the kind words as well. It's the oxygen tank from the victim's spacesuit. It's ruptured. I'm sure you can figure out why. Can't be implying rupture when the defendant dropped the victim's body. My aunt, for they fracture so easily when struck.
Objection!
Even if that's true, the tank's explosion shrapnel would leave its mark on the body. Yet according to the autopsy report, only the knife wound was found on the victim's body. Clearly grasping at straws with this line of reasoning.
Silence!
A spacesuit isn't heavy for the sake of being heavy, Justice Dono. It includes the latest technological devices that is made of the fabric of tomorrow. This fabric is made to protect astronauts from the dangers of space. So falling a few Earth yards would hardly leave a mark on the wearer.
Objection!
And shouldn't it be impossible to stab someone through it as well? It should, and yet through sheer coincidence, the knife slipped through a weak spot in the suit's structure and found its way to its target. What are the chances? You forget that our killer is an astronaut himself with knowledge of how the suits work. It's got me there. And now my argument has been proven. Space Boy killed the vermin in the rocket and then dropped his body from the upper level. Welcome in, Berlin. Hope you're doing well this evening. Haven't seen you in a little while. Yep, spicy egg sandwich. There you go. Enjoy. After climbing down, he showed the body and made sure the camera recorded them. There's no room for debate about these facts. It is clear that Solomon Starbuck is the only one who could have killed Clay Terran. Here, the report regarding the astronauts' oxygen tanks. Consider it my send-off gift. Feel free to use it as payment to cross the river Styx. Oxygen tank data added to the court record. Victim's tank was ruptured with 0% left. The defendants had 80%. Remaining oxygen is displayed on the left on the left shoulder. Hang on a second, we saw one with 50%, didn't we? In the actual. This report is clearly detailed. Where's that picture that we saw? There was a picture here. Where's the picture? No, it was this. This says 50% on it. So that's gonna, I think that's gonna come up later. Okay, remaining oxygen in tanks. The display on the astronaut's left shoulder shows the oxygen remaining. After the incident, the victim's tank was ruptured and the remaining oxygen was 0. The tank belonged to Starbuck, who claims to have carried the victim, said it was 80% full. The tanks are functioning properly at the time. Let's see, the display on the astronaut's left shoulder shows oxygen remaining. Guess that means these glowing cyan digits represent the amount of oxygen in the tank. I'm done for. In a prison instead of space. Space boy? Yes. Take heart. The bejeweled night sky is still beautiful even when viewed through bars. As he would know. As he would know. You mean stars are seen from prison? That's right. Your set will be your spaceship. Picture the view through the iron bars. It's quite like being an astronaut in your own craft for all the time. That's not a half bad thought. Mr. Starbuck. Prosecutor Blackwell got to him good. Spaceship, prison cell, fly me. My guilt and my despair into the deepest, darkest space. Then let's get sucked into a black hole together.
Objection!
Mr. Starbuck, you can't give up hope. Yes, Apollo. You know, Clay really looked up to you. You said you were an incredible man. You said you'd never give up your dreams and passion for space, no matter the situation. You said that? So don't give up now and help me prove your innocence. For the sake of the man who respected you and believed in you, Clay Terran. For Clay? You're wasting your breath. My voice is starting to get like these groans. Maybe I should get a drink of water before. Maybe I should get a drink of water before I like continue, but it should be fine. Paulo, thank you. I can see things clearly now. Mr. Starbuck. I'm fine now. Thanks for reminding me of my life's mission. Right, we'll both be fine. I'll prove you're innocent. You'll see. After that, we'll get you back into space. Ah, you've ignited the booster rockets of my soul! I'm on fire! I am Solomon Starbuck, astronaut, a cosmic hero chosen by the universe itself. This is no time to be whimpering and crying. I can't let you and Clay down. Balderdash. The sun! The moon! All of space is calling me! Solomon Soul Starbuck! Ready for launch! Begin the countdown! 5, 4, 3, 2, 1! Lift off! What is this? What is this? I'm gonna put this out here. This is one of my favorite characters in the entire game. I think I will say this right now. This has to be one of my favorite characters in the entire game. Maybe even in the entire series. Just this is the wackiest character I think I've ever had to do anything for in this entire stream. What a great character! Like this is only the amazing part about this. This is only trial 1. We have not done any investigating. We haven't done anything else for this case. This is only the first part, and I love this case just because of this character alone. This is so much fun. Like this is actually just so much fun to voice this. I hope everyone else is enjoying this as much as I am, but I feel like I've witnessed an actual rocket launch. Paula, you did it! Prosecutor Blackwell's grip over Mr. Starbuck. Can't take the credit. It was all Mr. Starbuck. Put himself through. If you simpletons are done massaging one another's egos, no matter how positive your mood, my advantage remains unshakable. I have but to wait for the final guilty verdict. Isn't that right, your boldness? Can't let up now. I have to stop Blackwell. I have to see this through. Mr. Starbuck just has to make it back into space. Why don't let Clay's dreams remain unfulfilled? Gotta destroy Blackwell's argument somehow. Think, Justice, think. The only people at Launchpad 1 were Clay and Mr. Starbuck. And if Clay was already dead by the time this footage was taken, then the only person who could have killed him is Mr. Starbuck. So the only way to counter Blackwell's argument is if I can prove that Clay was still alive when they arrived at the boarding lounge. In which case I should be able to find some contradiction in the evidence itself. Now let's see about this data that we just received. This supposedly proves that Mr. Starbuck dropped Clay's body in Launchpad 1. But if I'm going to prove that false, then there must be something I can use here. Enough of this farce, your boldness. Let's have your verdict.
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, you seem to be in quite a hurry to rush the verdict. What about this oxygen tank data you submitted just now? It says that Mr. Starbuck's tank had 80% remaining while Mr. Terrence had 0. Do you stand by the accuracy of this report? Of course. Then I guess it simply means that it's faulty, as evidence goes. You will explain what you mean, Justice Dono. It's simple. This evidence contradicts the facts of this case. Take a look here at the detailed description and you'll see what I mean. Hope you have some evidence, Mr. Justice, because I don't see what's so contradictory. Yes, Your Honor, right away. This is the evidence that the oxygen tank report stands a contradiction to. It would be the, it should be this, right? The security camera video, because we have the video that shows the 50% oxygen, but they're saying 80%, so why is there an inconsistency here? That's the only other thing that I can suggest, because nothing else talks about the actual oxygen level, so it'd have to be this. And how does this evidence present a contradiction? Problem is this part here. Yeah, it should be the numbers here.
Take that!
Note the remaining oxygen in Mr. Starbuck's tank as he carries Mr. Terran. Appears to say 50%. 50, I should say. Yes, but according to the data, our client's tank had 80% remaining. The oxygen tank increased? I see Your Honor finds it as strange as I do. It's bad enough that there's a contradiction, but the increase in oxygen is beyond illogical. Oh my, you're absolutely right. What is going on here?
Silence!
I too find it odd that the oxygen remaining has increased. It would be as odd as if my rations were to increase. What does that prove? Doesn't change the fact that it's the defendant carrying the victim's corpse.
Objection!
Can I bet you don't get more rations because you don't abide by the rules? Either way, the oxygen remaining shouldn't increase, just your rations don't increase. Therefore, this information is critical. We can't overlook it.
Silence!
In that case, do you have an answer to this riddle of the mysteriously increasing oxygen? You better not disappoint, or I'll declare the inconsistency as mere equipment malfunction. Prosecutor Blackwell has a point. I suppose it could be a simple malfunction. Mr. Justice, if you cannot provide an adequate counter-argument to this point, I'm afraid I must bring this trial to an end. So, do you think you can explain why the remaining oxygen level increased? Of course I can. The thing to do at a time like this is to turn my thinking around. Mr. Starbuck has no memory of it, but he claims to have carried clay. So this man with the 50% on his tank ought to be Mr. Starbuck. But if anything, the display on his oxygen tanks should have shown an 80. This is a clear contradiction between the report and the security footage. So what should I be asking? It's not why did the oxygen level increase, but what had to have happened to make it look like it increased? Am I making some kind of mistake in my base assumptions here? Well, Mr. Justice, we're waiting. Yes, Your Honor. I'm ready to answer. This is why the remaining oxygen appears to have increased. They were going the other way. The victim was carrying the defendant, or the tanks were damaged. Well, it kind of means that they're going the other way. And I don't think the tanks were damaged in the blast, because if they were damaged, they probably would have been damaged and had less oxygen, or none at all. So, the only logical conclusion that would come to this would have to be that the victim was actually carrying the defendant. So that would mean that the victim was, that would mean that we were hurt, and, sorry, that our defendant was hurt, and that the victim was able to carry them. What if it was the other way around? The other way around? Would you care to explain, Mr. Justice? As you can see, Your Honor, both men had their helmets on in this footage. But it turns out, this is where our base assumptions went astray. We assumed that it was Mr. Starbuck helping Mr. Terran, but it was the other way around. It wasn't Mr. Starbuck helping Mr. Terran at all. It was Mr. Terran who was helping Mr. Starbuck to the boarding lounge. It was what? Alright. Order! Order, Mr. Justice! You mean to tell me that the person on the right in this image is the victim, Clay Terran? Anyway, the riddle of the increasing oxygen level can be solved, Your Honor. At this point in time, the remaining oxygen in the victim's tank was at 50%. When the victim was found in the boarding lounge, his tank was at 0%. That's right, there's nothing contradictory about the oxygen level decreasing. This means Mr. Terran was alive as they made their escape to the lounge.
Silence!
How short your memory is. Have you forgotten what you yourself proposed? Even if the victim was alive at this point in time. How did he descend the ladder with his arms full?
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, you can't hurt me with a broken blade. Excuse me? It's true that we don't know how they got down the ladder. I suppose that matter needs further investigating. We have proven that Mr. Terran was alive when he reached the boarding lounge. This fact alone shatters your claims. It opens up the possibility that the victim could have been killed by a third party. There were two people who claimed to be the first one on the scene. Can we truly trust their statements? Let's see, the two people were Detective Candace Arm and Yuri Cosmos, right? You think that one of them might have given a false statement to the police? Yes, it's certainly possible. We might have to do a little more digging. Seems we'll have to hear the testimony of these first two people on the scene. Score. think of it, Detective Arms should be here in court right now. Okay, this confirms it immediately. So this is before case 1. Because Candace Arm died in case 1, so this has to be before. This has to at least be taking place prior to that. Otherwise, it makes no sense. It makes no sense otherwise. Very left, could you please show Detective Arm to the stand? What? You're back? Okay, you're back too now. Okay, I have an announcement, everyone. What's the meaning of this? We're in the middle of a trial here. Please remain calm and listen carefully. Someone has reactivated the bomb. The bomb was defused, but it's about to explode. Explode? Okay, this is going all different ways. This is definitely connected to the first case, but at the same time, there's other. I'm really enjoying this case. A bomb now? Everybody run! Oh, is this what it is? Is this what it is? This is the first case. This explains the first case. Because the first case, there was a bombing in the courtroom, and now it's the same. That explains why Candace Arm is alive. That explains why the phony Fanty is here. That explains why Ted Tenate is here. That explains the bomb transport case. This isn't in direct relation to the first case. This is how it came about. Okay. Everybody's panicking. This is the very start of the game, the very first thing that we saw, with everyone escaping in the,
Silence.
in the thing. Headless chickens with a death wish, the lot of you. Calm yourself, or else. Come on, Apollo, let's get out of here. What about Mr. Starbuck's dream? He will carry out Clay's final wish. I don't care what happens to me. I'm not letting some bomb blow up the truth forever. So that means that... Hang on, I don't know where this is going. Because I thought Apollo got hurt because he was helping with the bomb stuff earlier, but he has the bandage on his eye. How did he get the bandage on his eye then if it wasn't from the bomb or if it wasn't from the other section? They haven't explained that yet. I honestly don't know. I don't know where this is going. I do not know where this case is going. I don't think they've explained the eye patch, or the eye bandage, I should say. They've definitely not explained that. And we're about to see the bomb go off in the court potentially. If this is accurate, well, this is not a bit dramatic. If we don't get out of here now, we're gonna die. Come on, this way. Hey, ouch! Let me go. What is going on with this? Juniper, she hasn't evacuated yet. This is exactly like the first case. This is going back to the thing. Juniper, you alright? Apollo, no! Not that way! I don't know what to... That's it. That's the trial over. Trial's over. I guess we're gonna get some explanation, but... How long were we in the trial for? We were in that trial for like 2.5 hours. That entire trial section was 2.5 hours long. That was a... I'm gonna put this out here. I can't judge the case until it's finished. This is the best court... This has to be the best trial segment so far in this game, I think. Absolutely. Like I loved the second trial. This trial so far is my favorite, I think, from what I've seen. At least for this one segment alone, like this singular segment, and it linking back to everything else. This is a really, really good segment. Now we've got an investigation to do. In the middle of the Space Center bombing trial, we had another bombing incident. This one destroyed courtroom number 4. Furthermore, Apollo suffered massive injuries from being there when the bomb went off. Fortunately, Juniper Woods was fingered as the courtroom bomber. Fiona knew she had to be innocent, so we took her case on. We managed to clear Miss Woods' name. But Apollo sustained further injuries when he was attacked by Ted Tenate. So no explanation about how the eye patch yet. The eye bandage. December 19, 3:21 PM, right? Weren't we in October? This is like 2 months later. Were we in October when we started? Detective specialized in bomb cases, was on detail at the Space Center, one of the first to find the body. Weren't we in October for that case? I thought we were. This is after the first case now. Okay. So we still don't have an explanation about how Apollo got the eye bandage. And now Apollo's a tough guy, but this is taking its toll on him. Yeah, poor guy. Being attacked by Tenate like that on top of all of his other injuries. Apollo was resting at the nearby Hickfield Clinic. Hey, that's a name I remember. Had some experience with that place myself. What an awful turn of events. I never thought he'd landed in a hospital, of all places. So now I wonder if we play as Phoenix again, because we've done first case was Phoenix, second case was Apollo, third case was Athena, and then fourth case is I guess this is the fourth case. This must miss him too, huh? Now that you don't have anybody to tease. Don't worry, he's young. He'll heal quickly and be back before you know it. It's been a while since the last saw True, so you looked so down. We won the court case, yet nobody feels much like celebrating. Alright, enough of this, people. There's no time to be moping around. Now dry those eyes, both of you. You're the only one who's crying, Athena. Technicalities. Look, we have work to do. We have to take over. Take over what exactly? Apollo Space Center case, of course. As no verdict's been reached, there's still a chance. I agree with Athena. So pick up Mr. Starbuck's defense. We have to avenge our fallen comrade. Right, Daddy? Apollo hasn't exactly fallen. Still alive, you know. Good, now that that's settled, let's get going. Come on, we gotta run. Wait, right now? Now? Better not be running the whole way. There she goes. Better go catch up. Can you take care of the office, Trucy? Sure thing, Daddy. Let's be careful out there. In the meantime, I'm gonna bake some cookies and fill up my magic panties for you. Alright, time to bring out the panties, everyone. Bring out the panties to get rid of all that unnecessary evidence. Trucy seems to be feeling a little better. You can always count on Athena to perk everybody up with her enthusiasm. Yeah, we got cookies as well. Cookies and panties that make magic panties that make things disappear. Don't mind me, just forgot a few things. Wallet, phone, documents, my bag. Sounds like you forgot everything. Can always count on Athena for that too. Alright, you two, let's be careful out there. Oh, she didn't make everything disappear. We didn't get a... How come she didn't make all of our evidence disappear? Okay, December 19th, Detention Center Visitors Room. So our client is one Solomon Starbuck. He's so famous even I've heard of him. That's right, he's a super famous astronaut who works at the Cosmos Space Center. He was actually up in outer space 7 years ago. He seems to know quite a bit about him. Now I'm all excited to meet the man. Well, that was the longest sigh I've ever heard. Apollo told me all about you. Oh, you're Phoenix Wright, Apollo's mentor, right? Yes, that's right. Mentor has a nice ring to it. I'm getting the lines flubbed again. Don't worry about a thing, Mr. Starbuck. Mr. Wright and I have got you covered. And you are the new kid that Apollo told me about? Wait, don't I know you from somewhere? You mean, other than that at your trial? I don't think so. I guess so. My mistake. My memory isn't what it used to be. My mind and body are kaput. Same goes for my life. I mean, I'm so astronomically unlucky that I had a bomb go off in the middle of my trial. Trying to defend me would be like trying to enter the stratosphere without a spacecraft. Yikes, he's seriously got to stop depressing himself. Cheer up, Mr. Starbuck. Besides, that thing you said about entering the stratosphere. That just means we'd shine like shooting stars, right? Like shooting stars, huh? You know, you're right. Why didn't I think of that? After all, that's what we're all put on this earth to do, right? To shine like stars. Guess I shouldn't mention the fact that shooting stars burn out in a flash. Oh yeah, here we go. 3, 2, 1! To the stratosphere and beyond! Just love this. Yeah, I feel alive now. You can go ahead and ask me anything you want. Is that really all it takes? Sure. Alright, the case. Suppose we get a little handy so just gonna talk murder of an astronaut, just gonna talk to him. So I have no memory of all of the incident. I'm so ashamed. My memory of the time is as black as and cloud as a dark nebula. Still, it's strange, you don't remember a thing. You sure you didn't take one of those anti-anxiety pills like they said at the trial? Got it all wrong. I told him during the investigation too. I don't know anything about any drugs. Never took any medications, I swear. It is true I developed a fear of space because of what happened 7 years ago. I was taking medication secretly every now and then when my anxiety got bad. Having a fear of space is not something an astronaut can brag about, you know? The so-called Hat 1 miracle. That must have been a terrifying experience. I'm still an astronaut at heart, come what may. I'd never take drugs that night that might impede my performance just before a launch. A launch meant everything to me. That's more certain than the theory of relativity. Seems like a completely different person now. This is the face of the astronaut I know. But the tranquilizers were found in your system. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I don't know why. I'm done for. If you didn't take them, then maybe someone slipped them to you. Exactly, that's what I thought. It must have been the real culprit. My medication was in my locker. Anybody could have gotten their hands on it. Maybe the real culprit also planted the detonator switch in your pocket. Yeah, that's gotta be it. It's been framed. I'll say it, they even managed to plant your prints on the switch before slipping it in. It's a real possibility. Do you remember anything else that might be relevant? Anything at all, no matter how small. Like about the murder weapon, for example. Knife. I think it came from one of the Space Center's utility kits. Utility kits? Yeah. Staff who work on machinery are a lot are given those special toolkits to use. All the technicians have them, so I doubt you could prove whose knife it is. So then I've updated from a set of utility tools used by Space Center techs. The Hat 1 Miracle. So recall your last trip to space was 7 years ago, right? That's right. It was a pretty rough experience. During that mission, we had all kinds of problems with the craft. Did? Kind of problems. Power failure, oxygen leakage, busted radio, cracked windows, loose control column. The heat shield came off as if we were entering the atmosphere. Thought I was a goner. But I managed to make it somehow with the popsicles and ice packs from the freezer. No wonder they dubbed it the Hat 1 Miracle. It's a miracle you made it back. Space is a boundless place. That's why it continues to capture people's imaginations. But the fastest of space shows us how insignificant we are in the scheme of things. Darkness just goes on and on forever and ever and ever without end. There was nobody else there. Nobody was gonna come save me. I was all alone. All alone. With nothing to listen to but the sound of my own breathing and heartbeat. I kept scrambling to make repairs, but I couldn't keep my hands from shaking. Experience like that would make anybody afraid to go up into space. Outer space. Experience you had, weren't you dreading this mission? What? No way. Of course not. Even now I want to go up in space so bad, I can barely stand it. Shake off the Earth's gravity and escape velocity and spin around weightless. I have to admit it was pretty harrowing. Were you even a tiny bit afraid? I was afraid. Of course I was. Still am. Space is man's final frontier, not our own world. Cosmic truth is out there, waiting for us somewhere. Cosmic truth, huh? Guess there are people looking for the truth in every walk of life. But how afraid I am. Sure I can manage. If I give into my fear, I'll never find the truth. So as I don't give up, I can keep up the fight. One thing's for sure, Mr. Sarlacc's passion for space is undeniably the real deal. Victim? Clay Terran, he was kind of like your protege. Wasn't he? Well, it wasn't a big exaggerated deal like master and apprentice or anything like that. Clay did think of me as his mentor. The mentor and the protege. What a combination they must have been. With his encouragement, I knew I could get over my fear and go back into space. But now... Clay must have been very encouraging, huh? Yeah, it's funny, really. Whenever I hear him shout, "You're fine!" Always got the feeling everything was gonna be just fine. You're fine? Well, I says I'm fine, and you're fine all the time, too. I always feel encouraged, too, whenever I hear him shout it. Yeah, Clay and Apollo were best buds. They used to come visit the Space Center a lot, ever since they were high school kids. One day, out of the blue, Clay even told me he wanted to be my protege. Those two hung out around the Space Center so much they were like a part of the staff. One time during Zero-G training, I started to panic a little bit. Two of them took turns shouting, "You're fine," over the radio. Simple thing. It's exactly what I needed to hear. So I'm fine and you're fine were like Apollo and Clay's secret phrases, huh? Wish I could ask Apollo more about Clay and their relationship now. Speaking of Clay, how do you suppose he climbed down the ladder with you over his shoulder? Sorry, but I can't even begin to imagine. He actually did climb down that ladder as a way, so a way has to exist. From the freedom of space to the walls of a cell. The prosecutor said the dark night sky isn't half bad through barred windows. You're fine, Solomon Starbuck. Solomon Soul Starbuck, it's fine. Everything is gonna be alright. Phoenix Wright is fine. Come on, Mr. Wright, you too. Do I really have to? Phoenix Wright is fine. I can't hear you! Phoenix Wright is fine. We'll get you back into space yet, Mr. Starbuck. Believe in your own innocence. Have faith in us. Well, I believed in you wholeheartedly, and that's good enough for me. Believe in you too. Thank you. Thank you both of you. Put my faith in you. If I don't make it back to space, all I need first is not guilty verdict. Sure feels nice to reassure ourselves every now and then that we're all fine. Okay, Mr. Wright. Let's get our investigation at the Space Center started. Pronto. Good idea, let's go. I guess we're heading to the Space Center. Did this update? Nothing else to talk about. So now we need to search the crime scene, which we haven't been to the Space Center as of yet, so we will head there. So I wonder who we're going to end up talking to. Alright, let's go. Sector 19, Cosmos Space Center entrance. Wow, I was wondering what kind of place this Space Center would be. Almost looks like an amusement park of the future. Yeah, did you know they even let the public see their rockets up close? So check it out. Look how bright the Gyaxa logo shines in the sunlight above the entranceway. Really did the stars and rocket motif it's got going. Gyaxa, huh? Isn't that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program? Yeah, but why the strange acronym? I mean, what is GEA supposed to stand for? Galaxy? If that were it, then the whole thing would be something like Galaxy Exploration Agency. Which, if you ask me, I'd have abbreviated to GAXA or even Gaia. I guess so. The alien on the right reminds me of the Mars people. Oh, do you mean the, from Mars Attacks? The movie Mars Attacks? Yeah, I can see that. Oh, I know. Maybe the person who came up with the name just really likes the letter Y. This exchange is beginning to feel oddly like deja vu. Anyway, this place is more than just a research facility, it's also a tourist attraction. Tourist attraction? Don't make me laugh. It's a monument to the human race. Electric scooter, full speed ahead. Oh. Never mind. There's no segue. Yikes, who's this geezer? What's he want? Look upon me and look well. Behold the great power of space science! Pardon me, but you are, we have a... Oh, okay, you're Yuri Cosmos. Okay, I need to do a Russian accent for this guy because, whenever I hear the name Yuri, I immediately think Russia. So I need to do a Russian accent, or at least try and do a Russian accent. My name is Yuri Cosmos. I am the director of the Cosmos Space Center. The center of the cosmos. That was pretty groan-inducing. If this person's the Space Center's director, then that means... So you were one of the first to discover Clay's body, weren't you? He was the first to find the victim. Actually, there were two of them! The Space Center director, Yuri Cosmos, and Director Candace R. That is correct. I was honored to be the very first man in all of space and time to discover the body. But let's talk of the incident. Are you by any chance the space police? Can't take the word space onto just any old thing, you know. I'm feeling a bit tired at the moment. I think we should call it for today. Mainly because, yeah, we're gonna get to investigating this new area in the first place, but, I think it's a good point to, like, stop, and just, refresh my voice, and get some food, and, all sorts of other stuff. So, yeah, we finished the third case. We ended up, we finished the third case, we ended up, so the whole means justifies the ends thing did end up mattering, because, the whole means justifies, that ended up coming back to us in the end for the third case. I liked the breakdown, I liked the change of the character. That was probably the highlight of the case for the third, the highlight of the third case for me, the breakdown and, like, the actual, like, change of the, and also figuring out how they were able to do it. But I did quite like how that all played out. Also, we ended up, focusing on the reunion with all the characters was fine, all of the stuff with means was really good. I would still say it still suffers from third case syndrome. But yeah, this case here, though, we've only done the trial and we've only just started the investigation, and this is a real highlight for me, I think, in terms of the cases. For sure. No new gameplay elements, I don't think we're going to be getting any of those. The story seems to be relating back now. I think we're at the... After the first case, and it seems like we understand how the courtroom blew up, we understand how a few other things happened, we understand how a few other circumstances occurred. We've still got some things to understand, like how Apollo got the, how did Apollo get the eye bandage? How did, like, what's up with the court blowing up, why it blew up, everyone, what Candace's arm has to do with this case, what, you know, getting our client off, but the trial for this particular section, very, very good, very, very fun, and just, you know, full of, like, colorful characters, I guess I would say is the best way to put it. Really, really fun. So, I guess I should, like, look at this for a second. This case, I think, is going to be very long, so there might even be a chance that we won't finish this case in the next stream, depending on how much time we get. Considering it took, like, 2.5 hours, it took 2.5 hours to complete, that trial, and then we've still got to do another trial and this investigation, so, and we still haven't really got a lot of, Solomon stands out to me. That's the first thing I'm going to say. Solomon stands out immediately. his interactions with everyone and his like animations and all the breakdown stuff, and it really, really well done, and the character's really fun to voice as well. Probably my favorite character, I think, so far. Or at least maybe favorite, like, character that's independent to a case. And I'm interested to see what we're going to do with Candace and what we're going to have with a few of the other characters. But this character definitely here, it's like a big standout to me. Like, they've done a really good job with this. Like, this feels like what happened with the other case before, with case 2, where there was a really, really good character that I just really liked to interact with and like voice and do that stuff. This is the same thing here as well for Solomon. Really, really fun character, really, really good. But yeah, really, really fun. I don't really know what else to say. The trial was very good. We still have a lot more to do. I should make sure I save before I finish up. So when we continue next time, we'll continue this investigation. We'll probably explore the. We'll probably end up exploring the Space Center. Probably unveil a lot more stuff too. I don't really know what else to say. I just really enjoyed myself. You know, we got a bunch of raids, we got some follows, we had a lot of interaction with the chat as well, which was nice. I always like to see new people coming in and chatting. And you know, we're growing every day. You know, we're so close to affiliate. Where this stream will surely help out with that. But yeah, we're definitely getting there. We're getting very close. I keep repeating myself. The 10 more. Technically, this is actually 196. I just haven't updated this. The only reason I put this here is because like I want to have follower goals, and then once I get affiliated, I will change them to sub goals. So I already have what I need for the follows. I just need the average, which the average at the moment is at 2.5. But today's stream, we got like 4 raids, and we've been, you know, maybe the first couple of hours we weren't at the thing, but we've stayed at this amount of viewers for quite some time, so it's definitely going to help out quite a lot. We'll see how this impacts my thing going forward, but we are coming very close. It's not going to be too far off. Just more consistency, keep at it, and like do what I've been doing before, and we'll get there. So with all that being said, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Every like, comment, subscription is really good for monetization. Plus, remember, content fuel has become more accessible and easy to find. I upload everything to my YouTube channel. At the moment, I can't link any of my links on YouTube because I gotta wait for them to fix their problem. They don't want to fix it for some reason, so I gotta wait like a month or so for that probably. I didn't check how long it was gonna be, so all of my past videos and VODs on YouTube, all in the organized playlists, as well on my games list too, as well as speedrun stuff. I will be expanding on this later when we get the chance to do so. So if anyone ever misses any VODs, they can go and find them, usually within the next 24 hours of this stream. It's usually when I try to get it out, it's usually within 2 days, just because I like to space them out. So that if anyone ever misses any parts, they can always go back and watch those whenever they need to. But yeah, I do that a lot. So working on more Plat Pass segments and switching things up with games that I've played so far, along more strategy speedruns. Gadara speedruns, probably also been doing those. The live notes are done. I just need to find some time to do those. So for Tactica, I'm working on that as well. And the Octopath Traveler individual levels, I did a little bit more work on that today. We are doing very well with those. It's just a matter of doing them, and hopefully I can start knocking them out a lot more frequently. I upload everything to YouTube because I only have 7 days on Twitch before the videos are permanently deleted, so it will give everyone another place to watch the content as well. Also, I have like a list of like upcoming games. I will be doing something with that list. I'm thinking maybe do channel point bid stuff where people can start spending their channel points to pick the game out of like a list of games to play on stream. That way I get a little bit more viewer interactivity, and then we can start like building from there. That at least gives somebody, other than myself, the power to influence the streams going forward, because I do like the idea of that. I should get a notification when I go live on YouTube. Follow me on Twitch at 200 followers. We're doing live challenge speedruns, probably 0 kills ninja and 100 kills ninja, which were both inspired by what Undertale does. Well, that was the inspiration behind Undertale, I should say, as well as the All-Set boss rush. We're also very close to reaching our affiliate goal, currently at 2.5 average. This stream should greatly benefit that, I hope. But we are getting there. My highest that I've reached on average was 2.67, I think, so if we can reach higher than that, we'll definitely be on our way. Get to make a bunch of subscriber emotes and incentives to support me and the channel going forward in the future as well. Also get a notification when I go live watching on Twitch. Follow me on Twitter to be notified when I go live. Wish I'm on Discord. I will send you an invite to my friends' Discord server, close to 2,000 members, still growing strong. As well. I'm very active there, you'll just get a notification when I go live as well. And finally, if you know my stream overlay to use more all my future content going forward, you can find a link down below in the stream for that as well. Alright, well, we are going to get out of here, but as always, before we do, I will raid somebody because we should pass the viewers on to them to show our support and also to try and help them out a bit, because that networking is key. Networking is one of the main keys, I will say, with thing. I cannot be here without all of my followers, lurkers, viewers, chatters. It doesn't matter if you're here for 5 minutes, 5 hours, all of my streams, none of my streams, like any way that people have contributed is greatly appreciated. So let's see. I also should mention I take raid requests on, so if anyone has a raid request, I'm more than willing to take that on. Otherwise, I'll see if there's anyone else on the line that I want to raid. I really do not mind at all, so... if there's no raid requests, then I will send over to... let's see the... you know what? I did mention before that maybe I should, I did mention I should raid them before. They are still streaming. They've got 6 viewers at the moment, but hey, we have 6 viewers. They have 6 viewers. Let's make it double digits, shall we? So I'll send everyone over to them. They're doing some Rainbow Six Siege at the moment, but let's give them some double digit figures to help them. They're also around 2.5 average, so if we can help them out, we'll do so. And they also stuck around and came into the stream before, so thank you everyone for watching, and with all that being said, have a good day, night, wherever you all are, and I will see you all later.